Hello. Oh, it's so weird to put on my headphones to start stream and it's just like dead silent. um I think I've gotten really used to hearing just of the devil's music playing as soon as I start things up. Oh my god. I would say today's going to be a really chill stream, but I don't think that's true. I think I'm things are going to get heated. Um Hello, and welcome to a stream that I have been hyping up for the past like I want to say 3 months. I think it's only been two. Basically, ever since I came back, I've been hyping this up. Which I mean, now that I think about it, I think I came back to streaming again, and like it was either January or February. I think it was January when I came back. So I may have been hyping this up for 3 months. Um, but hello and welcome to the 100 line Last Defense Academy official character slash root ranking. Oh my god! So this is going to be a lot. We've got quite a bit to get through here. I will just scroll down. To be fair, to be fair, I'm cutting it off like right here. Like the rest of these, some of these are legitimately just the same characters, but with like different sprites. I'm not gonna rank a can of fish and tomatoes Carrara and masked Carrara and unmasked Carrara all separately. They would all be S tier, by the way, but I'm not gonna rank them all separately. Um, but I looked through a couple different tier lists before stream started to find one that kind of had what I wanted. Um, which I there were a couple of characters that aren't present on some other tier lists that I wanted to make sure that I hit those characters as well. Um, but that being said, I haven't even explained what we're doing and why we're here. So I since God, I think it was since September, have been playing a game called 100 Line Last Defense Academy. Um, it released back in May or April of last year. I want to say I don't remember the exact date. I could look this up. There was something about its anniversary is just coming up, I believe, or just passed. 100 Line release date. It just passed. It was the 24th. Um, so 100 Line Last Defense Academy is a visual novel slash tactical strategy tower defense game by Kazutaka Kodaka, who is the creator of Danganronpa, if you could not tell by the art style going on here, um, and Kotaro Uchikoshi, who is the creator of Zero Escape and AI the Somnium Files, along with other titles. Not to say that Kodaka has never worked on a title that isn't Danganronpa before. I kind of just said Danganronpa. That's his most notable work. He has worked on other things and other titles and projects that I have very much enjoyed. I'm a huge fan of Kodaka's work. Um, his work can be very, I guess, controversial. Not always controversial in like a hashtag problematic way, though there's definitely elements of that at play as well, but sometimes just controversial, polarizing. Yes. I I said that right as Audrey sent that message. So, jinx. Um yeah, he can be a very polarizing creator, and every new one of his works that come out, I think it somehow becomes more polarizing than the last, which is really interesting to me. Um, 100 Line is a game I mean, to put it simply, it's about the military industrial complex and the dangers of propaganda. Um, but that's honestly, I was gonna say that's underselling what it is. That's overselling what it is. That's leaving out a lot of really wild shenanigans, and I'm not gonna be like it's not that deep. It is that deep, but it there's a whole like silly coat of paint over that. Because Kodaka's works, for one thing, are kind of known for being cringe, quote unquote. And this is despite the fact that he is working with another author in this, that it is, kind of their child to get. Literally, there was an article that got put out at one point where Uchikushi was like, "I slept with Kodaka, and so I think we will have a child." This is that child, um, which is a wild thing to say. But uh, this is the most Kodaka game to ever Kodaka. Like this game is what happens when you take off the reins of like any constrictions that he was under from making Danganronpa. This is what happens when you like he dropped the Rock Lee like arm weights, and then this is him like going wild. Um Not just in the fact that it is, I would say, like a lot more like hashtag cringe than Danganronpa. I mean, Danganronpa has plenty of cringe moments, but like I've heard a lot of people who like Danganronpa, who in fact love Danganronpa, who were immediately turned off by this game because of a lot of the characters seeming really unlikable right away, and kind of like most of the characters speak in like zoomerisms, and I love the dialogue in this game personally, just because like I know people who talk like this. Like I am kind of like early Gen Z. Like like they're making a bunch of like jokes and references and stuff that I get. Like it feels like it's for me. I'm not gonna be like this is actually how kids these days talk, but like it feels very modern because of that. Which maybe one day it will feel dated because of that. But I really enjoy the dialogue in this game. Um, it's one of those things where Kodaka's cringe is part of what I love about him as a creator. He's not afraid to make something silly or stupid. Like he takes his work seriously, but he's also not afraid to make them as like, oh, Kodaka's works are full of Chunibyo energy. That is a perfect word. Perfect word for Kodaka's works. I there is one character in the Danganronpa series who's famous for being a huge Chunibyo, and we'll get to that when I do Danganronpa 2x2 predictions at the end of this stream. Um, I think that character was my introduction to the concept of Chunibyo, and I still think is like one of the like top tier greatest Chunibyo characters of all time. Um, but anyways, we'll get to him eventually. Um, so I haven't even actually talked about what 100 Line is about. So, like I said, 100 Line, visual novel, tower defense strategy game, kind of similar to like Fire Emblem. Like you have characters on a grid and they attack enemies that are also on the grid, and you're trying to defend your base. Uh, the plot to this game is we have your main character right here, Takumi Sumino. He's a normal boy living a normal life in this place called the Tokyo Residential Complex, which is this huge, like, dome like city that has, like, this huge, like, they have, like, a ceiling where, like, in the morning, like, a bunch of lights turn on. And there's, like, a big, like, announcement that's like, hello, it is, 7 a.m. Good morning. Um, and he lives a perfectly normal, average life in this huge ass dome city, which he like it is not remarked upon in the beginning of this game, like, it's just like, this is life. This is life. He's not acknowledging that it's weird, which opens up all sorts of questions for the audience, right? Um, so it's implied they've been living in this city for quite some time. So he lives there with his best friend, Karua, and everything's great except for the fact that every so often these sirens go off and they're told to like hide in these underground shelters for a period of time. They don't know what the danger is. Nobody knows what the danger is, but just every so often that happens. So, one day when they're getting up out of the shelter, Takumi gets separated from Karwa and ends up meeting this weird little ghostly egg mascot character, this guy right here, who gives him a this like big knife and tells him, "Hey, stab yourself in the chest with this. I need you to go to war." No real explanation. So Takumi runs away screaming, as you would. Uh, and shortly afterwards, once he reunites with Karua, the sirens go off again, and the Tokyo residential complex starts to crumble as monsters fall through the ceiling and start attacking everyone. Eventually, Takumi and Karua are both kind of downed. They're being approached by a bunch of monsters, and the little egg fucker shows up again and is like, "Hey, I really meant it. You need to stab yourself with this thing." So Takumi decides to do it because this guy says, like, "Hey, if you stab yourself with this thing, you will be able to save her. You will be able to save your best friend." So he does it, and it gives him magical blood powers. There's like a whole like basically kind of like a magical boy, like a dark magical boy transformation. Um After he stabs himself, you get like wrapped around like this cocoon of blood, and then you're like, if you've ever seen like Neon Genesis Evangelion, where like the when they like get into their mechs and there's like the goop that comes up, then he's just like floating in the goop, and then there's like magical boy transfer, like, all of the uniform comes on, and yeah, and then he has a cool sword and he has like magic blood powers and stuff. Awesome, great, right? So he does this, he saves Karawa, everything's gravy, right? He defeats the monsters. Then this little, once again, egg fucker guy tells him, "Okay, great, you passed the test, you are coming to my academy." And Takumi gets fucking yeeted into the stratosphere. He just like, in this weird thing where there's like a fucking like mirror with a bunch of different like shots of like all the opening cutscenes, and he like smashes through the glass, and it basically looks like he's been like sucked into another dimension, and he's separated from Karua in the process. So then he ends up at this academy with a bunch of other students. You can see some of them right here. Very opening of Danganronpa, like literally it's like the part where they wake up, like shot for shot, the beginning of Danganronpa. They knew what they were doing. But he wakes up in a classroom with a bunch of people he doesn't know, and then, once again, Eggfucker shows up again and it's like, "Hey guys, you need to fight this war for humanity. There are alien invaders that you have to fight. They're trying to attack the school. There's something inside the school that is the key to saving and protecting the entire world, and if they get it, everyone you know and love is gonna die." And they're not really given much info other than that, right? So yeah, I'm gonna get into full spoilers for this, obviously, because I have to rank every single route. So I guess just like fast forward. Very early on, egg guy gets killed. He just gets dismantled. Another one of the students goes missing. They recruit more students from a second academy. Lots of stuff happens. Some wild stuff happens. Like 30, 40 hours of gameplay, right? And then you get to the end. They're supposed to be there for 100 days, right? This is why it's called 100 line. Get to the end of the 100 days, and a bunch of stuff has happened. And ultimately, it kind of ends not in like total tragedy, but like it ends kind of with a whimper of like, wow, there's like, we kind of failed in our whole mission and we lost people who were important to us, and like, this could have gone so much better. And then Takumi finds out that due to some of his actions near the end of that first route, and all of the ways that he's like leveled up and improved, that his special ability that he has in the game is everybody has different special powers. His is called Special Redo, which is basically just like you can restart. Like, you know, you can restart your battle at any time. I think one of the Fire Emblem games did this too, I think, where they're like, this character's special power allows you to restart your battle at any time, and it's like, that's just a setting. Like, you gave that to us in the other games. Like, we've always been able to do that. Why are you acting like it's a superpower all of a sudden? Anyways, so that's what Takumi can do. He finds out, because of how much he's leveled up, that he can now travel back in time to the start of the game and redo everything. The first 30 to 40 hours of this game is a prologue. And then you get to the rest of the game, in which Takumi makes different branching decisions in order to, you know, make right what once went wrong. And from there are 100 different endings. This game is wild. So, that being said, I'm going to get into it. I'm going to start talking about all the individual characters, and we are going to rank them. Normally, when I do a tier list, I do make an additional F tier. I might do that at some point, just kind of for these extra characters. You know, in fact, I'll do that now. I was going to say that I wasn't sure if I was going to do this. If this was just the main cast, which a lot of tier lists were, and I was worried I wasn't going to be able to find one that wasn't just like the main principal cast, then I would... I probably would not make a, like, F tier at all, because I honestly really like every single one of these characters. Like I said, some of them are extremely unlikable to begin with. If you're somebody other than me, who, like I said, delights in the cringe. Even then, there were a couple of these characters where I was like, come on, man. But for the most part, I really kind of liked all these guys right off the bat, where I've heard a lot of people hating, like, over half of the cast right away. And I do admit, some of them are really difficult to deal with. But, no, I love these guys. Even amongst the main cast, I hesitate to say that there's anybody who I would rank below C. That might be kind of wild. There's, like, okay, there's one character, but, like, out of, like, the main... like, the fighters, like, the student characters, I don't think there's anybody who I'm gonna put below C tier. But anyways, I might have to create a double S tier. We'll see. Okay, but starting out, we have our main man. This is Takumi. I talked about him quite a bit. Takumi's interesting. Kodaka, I think, is really adept at writing protagonists that seem very simple and one note at first, like who seem to be like, I'm just your average guy, there's nothing special about me, and then like you later realize like just how special and unique they actually are, and then comparing his like average and unique, like average and totally nothing special protagonists to each other, they all feel really distinct. Like they all do feel like they have very different personalities. Um, Takumi is, well, first of all, he's very sleepy. That's his most important trait of all, is he's so extremely sleepy. Um, you have no I part of me hopes that at some point somebody makes a video or just some sort of like post or analysis counting how many full days Takumi sleeps through across all of the routes, because he has such a bad habit of just getting completely incapacitated and missing like fast forwarding through weeks because he was like in a short-term coma, like, or a long-term coma. um it happens quite a bit, and I like, functionally, like, it is used because, you know, if the game is 100 days long and you're marking every day, like, and you have, so many different routes, you're gonna have to have some excuses to skip some periods of time. The best excuse is your protagonist is literally unconscious, so they do that quite a bit. But I do also think it is really funny because it is justified from the beginning of him just being a guy who likes to sleep a lot. So good for him that he keeps on getting knocked unconscious in increasingly alarming ways. Uh, um, so Takumi, God, what I mean, like, first of all, he is an S tier. He is an S tier. Um, he's great. Um, he's great, and also he sucks. So I have seen, there's a particular aspect of Takumi that I really want to talk about, and I don't think I'm going to be able to focus on it, on like talking about him more broadly until I touch on this particular topic. So because Takumi is the protagonist, and there's so many different routes and so many different ways the story can go, there's quite a few times in the narrative where he can make some really troubling decisions in a lot of different routes in the game. And I have seen I haven't watched them, but like I've seen that there have been some takes recently. Like I've seen some thumbnails for some videos, like video essays about like Takumi Sumino sucks. He's the worst. He's the literal devil incarnate. Like, and I don't want to like downplay the fact that he does really horrible things in some of these routes. Like, he does in a couple of these routes. He's downright monstrous. Um, but I think to say that he is uniquely evil among this cast of characters is missing the point. Like, almost entirely. I think, like I said, this game is in big part about the dangers of propaganda. I think Takumi, in being our everyman protagonist and being one of the most susceptible characters in the game to the propaganda at hand, and also like it's just the different things that he does throughout the routes. I think this is kind of, the point is supposed to be that like average people can be corrupted. Most people can be corrupted. Somebody who you think is very nice and very, kind and caring on the surface, they are not immune to propaganda. They are not immune to, part of what I think 100 Line is about is that, you have all of these characters who are, for the most part, high school students who are funneled straight into the military, and that's part of what happens in real life. Like, is people, get swept up in thinking, that the military is one thing or another, like whatever they're told it is, and they go off and become soldiers. And in this case, they're literally child soldiers. They're extremely susceptible to propaganda. That's not me saying that, like, some of the things that Takumi does, and we'll get into them when we get into the roots, aren't, like, really bad, and that some of them like, I'm not saying that like every single action he takes is actually the fault of his superiors. I don't think that at all. I think that just all of his flaws and all of his bad actions throughout the game are meant to service a greater point about just the corruptibility of the common person, and especially the corruptibility of youth. So, yeah, that's my take on Takumi, and basically every single one of these characters does fucked up shit during the game, except for you. You've done nothing wrong in your life, my sweet. Um, um, basically every single one of these characters commits grave atrocities during this game. Takumi just stands out in the fact that he is the protagonist and he is the most kind of present character. He's the character who we see, you know, he's not just the fact that he's the POV character, but the fact that like obviously the narrative is going to revolve around him and he's going to take more like he's going to be more active as the protagonist. If any one of these guys was the protagonist, they would also do a bunch more fucked up shit than they do in the game proper. But a lot of them already do terrible things. Like I think they're all maybe not equally evil. Well, hey, we'll get to one of them who I think is uniquely evil, perhaps. But you know, like there's a point that's trying to be made here, and I think to single Takumi out as like he's the devil himself and he deserves to be put in a meat grinder is kind of underselling the game's point. Other than that, I love me kind of a sarcastic protagonist. He gets very snarky every so often, usually in his head, but out loud as well. He plays the straight man quite a bit. Which is, you know, how it tends to go with these kind of protagonists, but he just gets so done with his fellow comrades. That was part of the reason why I liked Hajime from Danganronpa 2 so much, and I think Takumi kind of goes even further with it, where like Hajime is almost so done with the rest of the cast that sometimes it feels like he doesn't even fucking bother. He's just like, whatever, I'm so used to this bullshit. Takumi feels like he has to comment on like every stupid ass thing that everybody does, and I live for that. I love that about him. So yeah, he's great. I love him. He's going in S tier, not even because he's like one of my very favorite members of the cast. I don't even think I would put him in like say that he's one of my favorites. I just, you know, like it's the protagonist respect. It's how much thought was clearly put into his character, what he represents in the overall narrative, etc., etc., etc. Next, Takemaru. I think Takemaru is like B or C tier for me. I'm gonna say C tier for now, and I may move him up. But here's the thing about Takemaru. Takemaru is one of the first few characters who is actually willing to fight at the beginning of the game when everybody is told at the start of the game, like, hey, you need to, like, fight these monsters. Most of the characters refuse to do it. Takemaru is one of the few that actually goes for it. I really like Takemaru. His whole personality, his whole kind of shtick is that he looks like he's this, like, he looks and acts like he's, like, a thug, delinquent type. Everybody's, like, hemoanima is what the blood magic is called. I should say magic blood. They aren't given magical powers. They have magical blood. But everybody's hemoanima manifests as different weapons. Takemaru's manifests as a sick-ass motorcycle and a bat covered in barbed wire. So he definitely has the, like, you know, biker gang delinquent aesthetic going for him. But the more you learn about him, the more you realize he's actually just a really stand-up guy. Like, he is not, like, he likes bikes and stuff, you know? He thinks it's really cool, but, like, he is not actually, like, a delinquent of any sort. He most of his activities involve like helping out around the neighborhood and like taking care of like old folks. He really likes hanging out with the elderly. Um he's just a really like nice, sweet guy who's actually like really morally upstanding and just seems to really enjoy the aesthetic of being a sick biker dude. He does also still have the personality of like a biker dude. Let me be clear. He has anger issues and he will punch a motherfucker if they're really pissing him off. But he refuses to hit women or children or the elderly. He has very strict rules about who he will hit. And there's at least one time in the game where he wants to hit somebody so bad but doesn't want to hit any of his friends, so he punches himself in the stomach. And I love that about him. The reason that he is in C tier is he's really good in the initial like prologue route, but he just doesn't really get anything to do in like any other route in the game. And I think the one route where I think he really does get significant stuff to do, you're at odds with him the whole time, and I don't think. I mean, I think that I maybe would have ranked him higher if I felt like that conflict was fleshed out a little more. That is from one of the better routes, but like, I just think, I feel like there's so much wasted potential with this character. I should also mention, there haven't been any like official announcements on it, but Kodaka has been talking a lot about wanting to make DLC for this game and keep it going for like 10 years and turn it into like 200, 300, 400 lines, so maybe that could change in the future. Like, any of these rankings are subject to change. Not the routes, but the characters. Yeah, he's great, but he's just kind of stuck in C tier because I just wish that they did more with him. But, like, what is there I really like? There are some other characters here who, like, I'm like, I wish they did more with you, but it's like, I like you so much that, like, every time you're on screen, it adds so much brightness to my life that, like, you make it up a couple of tiers despite that. Takemaru is great for what he is, but he still doesn't stand out enough for me amongst the cast. Also, he's one of the few characters that people generally, at least from what I know, don't tend to hate right away. So that also, I guess, kind of like is part of it too. It's like he doesn't stand out that much. Fun character concept, but the characters in this game get so much wilder than that. Then we have Hiroko. This is the character that I alluded to before. I said somebody goes missing really early on in the prologue. This is her, but she's very involved in a lot of very plot-relevant routes for this whole second half of the game. I say second half. It's like, it's way more than half, but the whole second chunk of the game. Hiroko's also gotta be S tier. I'm gonna say she's above Takumi. I think Hiroko is Kodaka's best written female character since Kyoko Kirigiri in the original Danganronpa. That's my hot take. I think she's fantastic. Also should mention, in the English dub, she is voiced by... The English dub for this game is great, and it's mostly voiced by, like, really small names, who a lot of them are doing like their first like professional voice acting role. But Hiroko is voiced by Minton, who not only has the most gorgeous silky smooth voice I've ever heard in my life, but Minton is also trans femme. Minton is trans femme, gender fluid, and I just, the fact that they just had a trans woman voice a female character in this game without acknowledging that at any point, like, or anything. There's actually, funny enough, there's a joke really early on in the game where somebody thinks she's, like, Takemaru tells her to like, why can't she come out as a trans man so that I can beat the shit out of you? Like, basically he says, why don't you crack your egg and take a beating, which is the wildest thing to say, and is that's just a sample of some of the incredible dialogue in this game. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's not acknowledged because I mean, like she's not canonically a trans woman, but a lot of people headcanon her to be such because her English voice actress is trans femme. I just think that's really cool and really awesome. And yeah, just made me really happy. And also her voice is fucking gorgeous. And yeah, she has maybe my favorite voice performance in this game in the English dub. Um, uh, so yeah, Hiroko, I love you. She is. I mean, I feel like you can kind of tell what kind of character she is just by looking at her face. Very cold, very kind of calculating. Seems really kind of like callous at first. Um, she also has she takes a particular sadistic joy in taking down the invaders. She loves seeing the color of their insides. A little bit of some like, you know, some low key dominatrix vibes going on. Um, Hiroko's great. But you learn later on that there's a lot more to her than at first meets the eye, and she actually perhaps cares about everybody else. Like she has so much caring in her heart for the rest of the cast that she cannot let bubble to the surface. Um, because spoiler alert. I shouldn't say spoiler alert. This whole stream is spoilers. This is secretly a time loop story. Um, oh, there's stray cats having a night gathering. It's perfect time to mention that because also Hiroko does love kitty cats, which is also a character trope that I adore and that Kodaka has done before of like the stoic girl who loves cats. Absolutely bomb ass trope. Um, I love that shit so much. Um, but yeah, so this is a secret time loop story. In that there's one particular route in this game where Hiroko's the most focused on, where she reveals to Takumi that she has developed memories of a bunch of other routes in the game, and he also regains memories of a bunch of different routes in the game, and they team up together to try and break the cycle and find like the perfect ending. Um, and so because she has memories of all these events that come beforehand, she actually cares very deeply for the rest of the cast of this game and simply cannot let it show because that would give her away. Um, and apparently, every time she's tried to reveal this information to the others, things go horribly, terribly wrong. Alright. Now, my god, I'm just realizing how it's okay. Can I say I'm okay, I'm gonna have to add a double S tier. Okay. Because I was just about to say there's a bunch of characters kind of like right up the front that I'm like, oh, it's just gonna look like I'm just like piling the S tier and I'm not thinking about like what I'm doing here. I'm gonna make a purple. Trust me, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about what I'm doing. It's just they really stockpiled the front of this tier list with some of the best characters in this game. So, let's see. Hirako, I did just say that she is perhaps the best written female character. But she's not one of my very favorites. So I'm going to say that she's an S tier. She's an S tier out of respect, but the characters who can like cross the line into like I think they're really well written and they're one of my favorites as well as like they're really well utilized in the game, those are going to make it up to double S tier. And the first one of those is Darumi Amamiya. Darumi is okay. Darumi is Danganronpa incarnate. She is just this strange being of a character where it's like, I've played all the Danganronpa games. There is no Danganronpa character that I can like map straight to Darmi to be like, oh, she's just like blank. She takes elements from a lot of different Danganronpa characters, and she's just coalesced into this weird, like, vibrating ball of never-ending energy. Like, in fact, her playstyle in the game, like in the fights, the battles, is, I call her like the Energizer Bunny, because she can keep going and going. Uh, she she's a character who feels very unique, and yet it feels like I've had her all along. She's very strange in that way. Um, Darami is a very depressed, very troubled girl. Um, would probably belong to the uh would probably both identify with the terms menhera, which is a term used in Japan for people with, kind of uh who struggle with mental health. She very much struggles with mental health. That is a big part of her storyline in the times that she is rarely focused on. Um and also Jiraike, which is a term referring to landmine girls, um, usually girls who frequent host clubs and spend a bunch of their money there. Some live on the streets, but they behave in this very, like, they present themselves very stylishly, but are known as being very explosive. So, girls who have a lot of problems in their lives. That's a gross oversimplification of it. I would definitely recommend checking out a video about Jiraike. Both Adi Harajuku and Lovely Lore have really good videos on the subject. But I think Darami is definitely very inspired by both of those subcultures. Adi Harajuku also has several videos on Menhera as well. One on the Menhera-chan character, who is really big in the Menhera community, and one on just kind of the overall concept. Both touch on the concept, but Darami is obsessed with killing games, like Danganronpa. She, at the very start of the game, seems to serve solely as a reference to Danganronpa, and to kind of like lampshade Kodaka's previous work. She wants everybody to kill each other. She keeps on wishing that the plot of this would turn into a killing game. She wants blood and death and guts and misery. She's also obsessed with depressing eroges. She's a huge otaku, etc., etc. And she is the character who, like, I have seen multiple people come out of the first route and be like, yeah, you know what, everybody, really, I didn't like some of these characters at first, but everybody really turned around. I still don't get what Darami's deal is, though. Because Darami is one of the hardest characters in this game to understand. Because in the second act of the game, there is a very early branching point that sees Darami die. And there are literally like a small handful of routes in which she is not dead for the entirety of it. And only 2 of those routes focus on her as a character and really let you know, like, what her deal is. And I'm not gonna get super into what that is, but she's great. She's great. I think that her mindset and the way that she is, it's just, she has such a, like, fully realized, like, point of view. I feel like for what is a more of a minor character in this game, and you can just really tell that a lot of thought went into her character, even though she seems so silly on the surface. I love that she seems so silly on the surface, but then there's actually secretly like a ton of depth to her. Um, but she never fully drops the silliness. She never she's never fully dropped, because a lot of it, some some of what she does is a front, but there are parts of it that are very true. Okay. Okay, we gotta talk about this motherfucker. This is Ato. I'm temporarily dropping him an F tier. No, he's not F tier. I'll drop him an F tier while I talk about him, but he's not F tier. Ato Outsuki is a character that if you have played Danganronpa, you might look at Ato and go, I see where this is going. Or you might be like Audrey and be legitimately taken aback when he betrays the entire group and kills a baby at the end of the first route. um, she had no idea, and it was really funny. Yeah. As soon as I saw this dude's face, I knew something was up with him. Um, so Ato is very similar in appearance and mannerisms to start off with, as another one of Kodaka's characters, one of his most famous characters, Nagito Komaeda. You probably know him as the fingers in his ass guy, along with Sans Undertale. Um, uh, but Komaeda is a character who, in the early parts of the game, presents himself as this really overly friendly, maybe slightly socially awkward guy who helps your main character and kind of becomes his bestie. And then you find out that he actually has really fucked up ideals and motivations and becomes the main villain over the course of the game, while still maintaining that very jovial attitude for the most part. Um, and the really interesting thing about Komaeda is that he thinks that he's doing the right thing. He has these really. He has this really almost kind of confusing and messed up worldview, but he genuinely believes that he's helping everyone. Um, and he won't listen to kind of what everybody else says. He kind of thinks he idealizes everybody else around him and thinks they're so much better than him, yet he does not take their opinions into consideration when they tell him, like, hey dude, this is kind of fucked up. Um he kind of thinks he knows what's best for everyone else a little bit. Uh and so you're kind of led to believe that Ato is gonna be that kind of character, that there's some signs early on that somebody is doing something behind the scenes, like Hiroko going missing, and Egg Dude, like I mentioned earlier, is dismantled, effectively killed. So and a couple other incidents, you're like, somebody on the team is clearly doing something to sabotage us. And it becomes more and more clear to the audience, at least. None of the characters figure it out that it is Ato. This is a big reason why the end of this first route ends the way that it does, is because of Ato. Thing about Ato, though, is I feel like because of the standard set before, the twist about Ato is not that he's the bad guy. You're supposed to know that he's the bad guy, I feel. You're supposed to know that he's going to betray the group. But you're supposed to think that he is going to have some sort of well thought out intention behind it, and he really thinks that he's doing everyone a big favor. And you guys, don't you see, I'm doing this because we're best friends and I care about all of you so much. No. Ato literally wants to kill every human being alive because he thinks humans are ugly and that they smell. specifically, Ato has a cognitive disorder that makes all human beings look like horrible, terrible, ugly monsters to him. And if this sounds familiar, then you've probably played or heard of Sayo no Uta before, which is not directly what this was based off of, apparently, but Kodaka definitely knows that it sounds very similar to Sayo no Uta because that is listed. Darumi mentioned Sayo no Uta at one point as a game that she really likes. Um, but yeah, so Ato has this cognitive disorder that makes everybody look like monsters, and he has convinced himself that he has righteous eyes and that he needs to purge all of humanity. And he serves as one of the primary villains for the rest of the game. I love Ato. I love him. I love the way that he plays with the audience's expectations, and uh, like that he is so obviously modeled after Komaeda in order to make you suspect him, but also to make you underestimate him, almost. To make you think that he's going to be a different type of character than what he is. Um, I have been playing this game with my friends, and I have one friend who keeps on asking, when's Ado gonna snap? When's he gonna do it? When's it gonna happen? Do I have to wait until the end of this first route for it? And the answer is yes. But also, I don't think that they're prepared for what him snapping is actually going to be. I don't think that they're even remotely prepared to meet his true self because, yeah. Okay. Now we're, now we're gonna talk about the goat. This is Tsubasa. Yeah, I know I've done this for the past two characters, but, I promise this is the last time. She goes all the way to top of S tier. I don't think anybody else tops her, in this game. Oh, his blood power, he wields a scythe. Um, and his power, the powers are mostly for the sake of, like, um, for the sake of, like, gameplay, but, his is called Special Fortune Telling, and, it gives him, like, a random buff every time he attacks somebody. So he has luck powers, which is funny because in Danganronpa everybody has talents, and that character I mentioned earlier, Komaeda, he's known as the ultimate lucky student, and he actually does have like supernatural luck in Danganronpa. Unexplained supernatural luck, because Danganronpa is generally not a supernatural series. Anyways, uh, Tsubasa. Tsubasa is truly a sleeper hit character. Tsubasa is introduced very early on. She's uh she's like this engineer mechanic girl, very sweet, definitely one of the more normal members of the cast. Her only real quirk is that she has a nervous vomiting habit. Um that you kind of have to help her overcome early on, or at least overcome her anxiety around it. She doesn't get over the vomiting thing. She just gets over like feeling ashamed of it. Um, but you know, she doesn't really stand out to you in the early routes because, like I said, among this cast especially, she is very normal. I just named her like one major character quirk, other than the fact that she really likes tinkering, she really likes gadgets, she really likes cars. That's more of a hobby, than it is like a, you know, like something weird about her. Um, but she's a real sweetie. She seems very nice, but she doesn't stand out a lot at first. Then you get into a couple of routes where she's a more major character, and you realize she's fucking awesome, even in routes where she's not a major character. Because in a bunch of routes, they're like, hey, wouldn't it be useful if we had such and such? And she's like, guys, I'll make it for you. I'll make you this thing. She makes so many cool inventions over the course of the whole game, so many useful inventions. She saves the day at several different points in the game, and every time she does, I fucking like scream and cheer and yell. She's incredible. I love her. And it's not just that she's useful, it's that she just has such a lovely personality. There is one route in the game in which her and Takumi enter a romantic relationship, and it's so sweet. It's so sweet and it's so wonderful, and I'll talk about that route quite a bit, because it is one of my favorites. Um, there's actually technically there's two routes where you can date Tsubasa, but one of them sucks and one of them is peak. Um, she's wonderful. I love her. I don't know what else to say other than I really like her, and I think she's a sweetie, and I love that she's a little nerd about machines and that she geeks out about it, and that she kind of like implies that she thinks it's weird once or twice, but she doesn't like get super ashamed of it the same way that she does her vomiting habit. And nobody in the game ever judges her for being really into machines. In fact, like Takemaru thinks she's super cool and awesome. By the way, her weapon, her Imanima gives her a full armored car, and she's one of the most useful units in the game. Um, but Takamaru thinks she's super cool. There's another character here who thinks she's super cool and like looks up to her. Um, like Loki, I think she's kind of like good representation on that front. I personally happen to know a girl who got disowned by her family for going into like becoming a mechanic, and going into that field of work. So I think Subasa is like, you know, you underestimate like what good representation like woman doing particular occupation or having particular hobby can be. And I think Subasa is fantastic. Um she also just gets really good focus in a couple of particular routes. She, like I said, she just sneaks up on you with how good she is and how useful she is. And there's so many routes. I think she has one of the best survival rates in the game, at least if we're taking into consideration. No, I think just in general. I think just in general she has one of the best survival rates, but definitely if we're taking into consideration how long she lives. Because there's so many different routes where they let her live for a really long time so that she can make useful stuff, or where they even let her live until the end so she can continue making useful stuff or repairing things or yada yada yada. I love her. Um Gaku. Gaku goes in C tier, not because of Takemaru, where he's not like utilized well enough, or that he just kind of blends into the background. Gaku does definitely not blend into the background, but Gaku's a very mixed bag. Um, Gaku is. Is it mean if I say his main character trait is that he's poor? You would hate that. He sucks. He sucks. Affectionately, he sucks. He's funny. He sucks. Um, Gaku is a coward. Gaku is the most defensive man on the planet. Gaku does nothing but scream and cry and complain at the drop of a hat. He's absolutely miserable to be around, but at least he's entertaining about it. Like, he spends the whole beginning of the game being like, man, it fucking sucks to be me. Why am I here? At least if I were here, couldn't it have just been me and a bunch of hot chicks so I could be in a harem? And this must be happening to me because I'm poor, and you hate me because I'm poor, right? That's discrimination and you should go to jail. That's what all of his starting dialogue is like. And he still gets a lot of that later on in the game too. Um, Gaku, I feel like it's just up to you whether or not you find that shtick entertaining, but he does move past that to some degree. He is kind of a little scumbag. Um, there are some routes where, look, I was saying earlier where I'm like, people want to throw Takumi in a meat grinder, and I think maybe that's a little bit unwarranted because of what he's supposed to represent. We should throw Gaku in the meat grinder. In the comedy route of this game, which we'll talk about the comedy route, there is a bit where he like threatens Takumi into stealing girls' panties for him, and doing other sorts of like bullshit. Takumi doesn't actually steal panties, by the way. He doesn't do that. He just like makes a fake pair. He just like acquires a pair that nobody has actually worn, um, and passes them off as somebody's pair. Um, this is so wild to say out of context. Um, yeah, Gaku commits terrible crimes. He does get punished for committing those terrible crimes, at least, so there's that. Um, but yeah, I do think if anybody in this game deserves to be stuck into a meat grinder for their actions, it's Gaku. But also, I do just kind of, he's one of those characters, where you're like, you suck, but I'm having so much fun bullying you. He scratches the same itch as Yosuke Hanamura from Persona 4 to me, or like Morgana from Persona 5, of like, yeah, there are some things about you that suck, but I'm having such a fun time here with you and your goofiness that like I can't hate you entirely. Um like I want to put you in the meat grinder, but it's like mostly for my own amusement. And I will shape you back into like, shape your meat back into its original form afterwards. And you'll be mostly unharmed. Um oh god. Okay. Ima. I'm sighing because how am I even gonna begin to talk about this fucking character? Um Ima goes in B tier. So one of Kodaka-isms, we'll call it, um you know that thing where it's like the author's barely disguised fetish? Yeah, Kodaka has one of those. He might have multiple of those, honestly, but his biggest and most obvious one is I mean, I can't beat around the bush here. Kodaka has a weird incest thing. It's just a thing. It comes up a couple of different times in Danganronpa. It comes up here. The funny thing about Kodaka and writing characters with this quirk is he gets so close to making like a salient point and like actually getting like the trauma behind it and how and why these things happen, but then he doesn't do anything with that. Like all the building blocks are there for him to like make something beautiful, but instead he's just like he's just created a pile of garbage instead. And it's endlessly frustrating, but I find Ima a lot more compelling than other the character in Danganronpa who he most prominently did this trope with. Um so Ima and his sister Kako are the only two members of Last Defense Academy that to start with that hey, it doesn't come up in the first Danganronpa game, but it does come up with two characters from Danganronpa 1 in later Danganronpa material. So, unless you're thinking of something else from the first Danganronpa game. But I would say what they did with Mukuro was character assassination, personally. Um so Kako and Ima are twins. They are the youngest members of Last Defense Academy. They are middle schoolers. In fact, well, everybody else is high schoolers. And Ima is very protective of Kako. And it's one of those things where they never say it outright. And they're very obvious. They're towing the line the entire time, but it's like very heavily implied that he is into her. But this all very much, I think I literally talked about Ima during a Hey Girly stream once, to illustrate like a point that I was talking about. the thing about Ima, once again, like I said, is that all the building blocks are there for Kojaka to say something about trauma, specifically about sexual trauma, and he just doesn't do it. Um, Ima is Ikako and Ima are orphans. Their parents died when they were very young, and Ima had to take up a whole bunch of back alley jobs to make ends meet because he's so protective of Kako that he won't allow he's doing all the breadwinning for the family. It's not even implied that he just did that kind of stuff. It's also implied that, he did like loan shark jobs, he like killed people, etc., etc. Like he says once that every single like terrible horrible thing you could do for money, he's done it. And this kid is like 15. So yeah, you can kind of see, like, given the circumstances of like this kid has very obviously, and it comes up quite a few times where like it is outright confirmed that he has been repeatedly assaulted, even if he does not recognize it as such, because to him it's a job, and it's become very normalized to him. But it becoming normalized, I think, explains a lot of his behavior towards Kako, and that perhaps he is misconstruing his brotherly affection towards her for something else, because that is the only way in which he can understand love and affection anymore. And like I said, they just do nothing with that. They do nothing with all of those really juicy implications. It never turns into anything, and in fact, I would say Kako and Ima are two of the characters who they're so slept on in this game, by the narrative itself. If people who play this game don't like Kako and Ima, 100% understandable considering everything I just outlined. But Ima's whole character arc in most routes is that he needs to learn to let go and be less protective of Kako and let her be her own person. He will also do some really wild stuff in order to protect her. In the first route, he stabs Takemaru when Takemaru tries to be like, hey, she's her own person, like, she can fight in the war and, like, help us with battles if she wants to. In a couple of routes where she dies or goes missing, Ima fully goes off the deep end, and those are some of his best character moments in the game. I think there's one route where he, like, kidnaps one of the characters for, like, upwards of a week, because they aren't doing enough when Kako goes missing to try and find her. My number one hope, if they, when they add DLC in the future, is that there is a route expounding on him more that kind of gets into some of these implications about him, or at least gives him some more character depth and gets into why he is the way he is. I mean, given everything I just said, I would be kind of pessimistic about it, but this is like, in an ideal world, I would love a route focused on him, if they were actually going to do it right. In reality, it would probably be god awful if they did an Ima focused route, but anyways. And then there's Kako, his sister Kako. Kako is gonna go in A tier. This is my, like, I think is gonna be like my bias tier of like characters where it's like, okay, I think the narrative could have done you better, but I love you too much to put you any lower, if that makes sense. Kako is, like I said, very squandered by the narrative. She has a lot of really interesting character traits. I should also mention, since I just talked about Ima a bunch, is whatever weird-ass affections Ima has for Kako, they are not returned in that way. She cares about him very deeply, but it's very clear that she does not feel any sort of, like, strange way about him. She's normal about him, and in fact wants him to stop being weird towards her. But she does still care very deeply about him. And they are very close. Kako starts off as very kind of like shy, timid, quiet, not willing to stick up for herself, and in the first route, her character arc is learning to stick up for herself and wanting to become her own person separate from Ima. She has a dream of wanting to become a detective, once again kind of a little nod to Danganronpa, And also strangely has psychic visions, which is never really expounded upon. But it is also possible that Hemo Anima can just do that because there's so many different times throughout the roots where they're like, here's another like cool Hemo Anima power that we're introducing, and because of some spoiler stuff, I'm now realizing that it's entirely possible that it is actually just a side effect of Hemo Anima, and it's just a power that Kako has due to Hemo Anima. Um, but yeah, Audrey says that she is a Master Detective Archives rank code character, which is another game that Kodaka made that I love very dearly, which is about like superpowered detectives. She would be right at home with that cast. She would fit right in. But yeah, I love her. She has such a cute little character arc in the first route, and although she's kind of shafted for the rest of them, she gets so many like sweet little moments, and she's so cute and silly, and I just like she's the most adorable character in this game. Like every time she's on screen, you just want to like pinch her cheeks and give her a hug. Like she's wonderful. I feel like I'm just saying all the what I said about Tsubasa again. Also, she and Ima have this very fun shared character trait, where and I think the whole idea is that like they lived on the streets. They say really early on that they got used to like eating straight up like grass for dinner. um, but they have this weird habit of like mixing a bunch of different foods together and eating really strange food combinations. I think the idea is, like I said, that they didn't have much before, so they're kind of like overindulging in what they do have and creating these strange combinations in the process. Um so that's just a really funny running gag with their characters that I really enjoy. And I like that it's consistent with between both of them. That they both just have like really terrible taste in food. Okay, Shoma. This is a hot and spicy take. Most people would put Shoma around here. I'm gonna make a crazy hot take, and I'm gonna put him in B tier. So Shoma's whole deal. A lot of people hate Shoma and thinks that he's one of the worst Kodaka characters ever written because Shoma's whole deal is that he's constantly talking down on himself throughout the entire game. Um, with hey, I will say, if you're gonna say one thing about Shoma, and I'm putting him above Ima too, by the way. His his insults that he levels through for towards himself are incredibly creative. Apparently, I heard that the team like browsed like online forums and stuff and like sourced insults from there, and you can tell because he's saying some like like he could write poetry. He should be a poet, honestly. That's what I'll say about Shomos. He should be a poet because he's spitting. Um, Not saying that I agree with his takes on himself, but something that I've noticed about Shoma is that people tend to dislike him relative to how much they see themselves either past or present in him. So a lot of people with like self-esteem issues, especially previous like kind of overcome self-esteem issues, fucking hate Shoma. But people who have really high confidence tend to like him a lot more. Um, I have one particular friend who in our friend group is just known for being like having a really good sense of self and being really confident. And I was like, I'm gonna give her Shoma because she won't get bogged down by saying all these terrible things about herself out loud. And also, she will actually like him and think he's hilarious and want to give him a hug. And all of those things are true. She loves Shoma. So, I have takes on Shoma. I think Shoma is really important to a lot of the themes that this game is trying to explore and discuss, and that he is perhaps Shoma's really interesting in that I've said that this game is very largely about propaganda. Shoma in the initial route, and throughout a lot of the later routes too, is the first character who is willing to question everything that they've been told, and willing to go, hey, maybe these invaders aren't so bad. Maybe they're secretly just like you and me. But he doesn't have the self confidence to really, like, double down on these points. When everybody else argues against him, no, they're the enemy, you must be wrong. He, goes back and hides in his corner and grows mushrooms on his head. And I think that is also saying something in particular, and putting forth a certain message of, like, hey, if you have something important that you need to say, like, you need to be brave and you need to speak out. And he there is one route in particular where he, like, learns to do this and learns to double down on his points and, like, try to make a better world. Like, in terms of the characters, like, morality levels here, like, Shoma's one of the gooder beans in the cast, honestly. And look, he can be hard to be around because he's constantly shitting on himself. But, like, once you look past that, he's just a really sweet little guy. And I'll say it like Kako, I kind of just want to, like, pinch him on the cheek and give him a hug. I'm still putting him in B tier because yeah, okay. Like, I can admit, it does get old. It does get old after a while. Like I said, the thing saving him from being absolutely unbearable to me is the fact that they got so creative and so varied with the specific insults that he calls himself. If he was just saying the same exact shit over and over again, if they pulled a fucking Sumugi from V3 and he was calling himself Plane every 2 seconds, I would hate this motherfucker. But he's not doing that, so you have to at least give him credit. Or maybe you don't. I don't know. Okay. Nozomi. So Nozomi is the second most important character in the game. She's introduced a little bit later, but she is a girl who happens to look exactly like Takami's best friend, Karuwa. This is very confusing to Takami, because this is not Karuwa, this is another girl, and this is one of, like, the driving questions of the game is, who the fuck is Nozomi? She looks, sounds, and has a lot of really specific traits that were specific to Karuwa that we learn about really early on in the game. Like, they're both afraid of sirens. They're both, Shoma's Shoma has a fucking mech. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. Shoma has a fucking mech, and it's sick, and it's awesome. Shoma has a giant mech, and it's awesome. Let me just go over everybody's real quick. I said, Tsubasa's was the car, Eito has a scythe, Darmi has a bunch of knives that come out of portals. Like, she has, like, kitchen knives that she throws out of portals. Hiroko has a giant fucking axe, like the biggest, imagine the biggest axe that you can. That's her. Nozomi doesn't have hemoanima like everyone else does. At least she doesn't have a significant amount of hemoanima. So she uses this thing called artificial class armor. So she doesn't do a magical girl transformation. She puts on like a cool, like, exoskeleton, like, schoolgirl uniform looking thing, and she gets this big souped up healing gun. So she's the healer of the game. Kako has a giant sniper rifle that looks like an alligator. Shoma, like I said, has a huge fuck-ass mech that also has a fucking, like, Shiba Inu face on the chest, because he loves animals, especially Shiba Inus. Ima has mechanical wings. I mentioned Takamaru has the bat and the bike, and Gaku has a Gatling gun. So yeah, big driving question of the game is, who is Nozomi? What the fuck is going on? I'm not going to answer those questions right now, and in fact I might not answer them at all during the stream, but she is a very lovely character who also is deeply entrenched with the game's themes once again. Um, she is uh kind of the most important character in the game's most important ending, which I will talk about quite a bit. Um, and she also has this whole tragic backstory about how, you know, her mother was a researcher, um, trying to study the, like, superhuman blood and yada yada. Um, and she is kind of like the most brainwashed by the military propaganda at the start of the game because she grew up with it. Um, and she has some really amazing character development in that one ending that I'm talking about. That, you know, it's really incredible character development considering where she started, but also feels completely natural and completely earned. Um, you know, it's drastic, but it almost feels subtle in a way as well. Um, it's in this way where it doesn't necessarily feel like her personality changes in a way that you get with a lot of character development, but it feels like her values and her outlook changes entirely. Um, Very kind and caring, very sweet. I do think she's also definitely like a top tier like Kodaka female character of all time. Let me see. Oh, we're gonna see what this is on stream. Kitty gathering. Oh my god, there are kitties. Okay. We'll get into that later. Um, alright. Yeah, hard to talk about Nozomi without getting into kind of all the spoilers about her character, but, I really like her. I think that she's also like Tsubasa, a character that doesn't really stand out other than like the questions that you have about her. Um, but like personality wise, she's once again one of the more normal characters in this cast. But uh, she just makes up for it in how kind of well rounded and well thought out her character is. Next we have Karara. Karara's also A tier. I think above Kako for me. Um, Karara, I love you. Karara is in the same vein as Kako for me, a character who I think is very fun and who I enjoy very much whenever she is on screen. But unfortunately, I don't think that she gets enough focus in the majority of routes for me to put her much higher. Um, in fact, the two routes that she gets the most focus in are two of the worst routes in the game. Um, and that's really tragic to me. But yeah, so she wears a giant tomato on her head. She's a rich girl who wears a big fuck ass tomato mask. And she has kind of what you would expect of like the rich girl personality. She thinks she's so much better than everyone else, and she talks down to everyone. She tells you to bow before her. Um, and you know is a huge, constant, spoiled brat bully. I love characters like that. Other people hate characters like that. One of the character archetypes that I trend towards, I've mentioned this before, is the biggest bitch in any room, and that is Karara. She's so much fun to watch. She is constantly harassing Takumi in particular because Karara is very fond of Nozomi, and she thinks she's constantly accusing Takumi of being some kind of pervert or something because of the fact that Takumi is a little bit enamored by the fact that she looks exactly like his childhood best friend, who obviously he had a crush on. Um, but yeah, there's also another side to Karara because when she takes that mask off, her personality does a complete 180. Because without the protection of her mask, she's actually very weak-willed and shy and kind of a crybaby. And I also love a good, like, personality switch up contrast, as well as it's, like, justified in some sort of way, which I feel like it's really well justified here. as to why she has these kind of two different modes. The mask is like a layer of protection for her. She even has a whole thing where she explains, if you talk to her a bit, she explains why it's a tomato. Um, and yeah, I really like Karara. She does have a decent role to play in the first route and also in one other route. It's just that the two main routes that she's like a really main character in suck. So I hope that they do more with Karara in the DLCs, because she's just barely not an S tier for me, because I wish they did more with her. Kyoshika. Kyoshika, I'm gonna say C tier. Kyoshika is C tier for me, kind of in the same way that Takemaru is C tier. Karara's, she's so great. Oh, by the way, her weapon is she has a shovel which she rides on like a broomstick, like she's a witch. Um, and she can also create turrets to like automatically shoot down enemies. Um, so she's your crafter. She's also the only person who can heal your the like tower that you defend. So she's the only person who can heal that. So she is incredibly helpful in that regard. Just set up a turret right near the base, and as long as she does actions like within a small range of the base, she will heal it for some points. Um, yes, we love Tomato Time, which is something else that we call her. Kyoshika is a girl who was raised in the woods and raised as a samurai, and she's really stupid. And that's kind of it. She doesn't, unfortunately, get a lot of really salient character moments. And the one really good, really salient character moment that she does get is her sacrificing herself. So, unfortunately, she kind of has to be in C tier because she is, I will say, along with Gaku, she is, I think, one of the funniest characters in the game. She's so goddamn stupid. She's so she's so stupid. And we love that about her. Um, she's literally introduced because she gets introduced telling Takumi that he has an incurable disease called a migraine, which she has been tricked into believing by Karara is a condition in which you have not gotten enough wheat or oats, and you will die in misery shouting out migraine, migraine. So that just gives you a taste of what Kyoshika is like. She's also obsessed with shonen manga and makes a lot of shonen manga references. And basically wants her whole life to be a shonen manga. Also, she's madly in love with her own sword, um, which she calls the Holy Jumanji sword. Uh, and Karara suggests some things pretty consistently about the nature of Kyoshika's relationship with her sword that are implied to be true, and I won't say anything other than that. Um, yeah, Kyoshika, really funny, really good comic relief character, but unfortunately, she just, like, almost never gets any moments to really actually, like, shine or have dramatic character beats when she's not dying. So, yeah, a character that can only be taken seriously when she's dying. Um, Yugamu. Yugamu? I'm put Yugamu at the very top of A tier. Not because I don't think he's utilized well enough. I would appreciate more Yugamu time, but he is great. I just don't think he quite hits the highs of these characters, but he's really great. He's really great. So Yugamu is an assassin. He's a teenage assassin from a family of assassins, who loves poison and loves doing medical experimentations and vivisecting people and all sorts of fun stuff. He loves concocting potions and making medicine, and some real medical malpractice vibes from this guy. What he does not like to do is he does not like to murder people unless he's in love with them. He doesn't want to be some floozy who murders people that he doesn't even care about. He doesn't want to kill on the first date. No, he wants to kill out of love. Which is just such a fun character concept. You probably are sensing that theme, is that a lot of these are just really fun ideas for characters. And yeah, Yugama's a fucking blast. He can be, look, he can be kind of a real creep sometimes. But he's an entertaining creep, okay? I may be shocked in the game when I go into the bathroom in the game and he says that he's standing around waiting to go look at my excreta. But that's part of the name of the game of these Kodak adventures, is you never know what the fuck to expect. And yeah, you're gonna get a weirdo freak like Yugamu who wants to look at people's poop. Anyways. But no, he does get a couple of routes where you truly get to see him shine, and one in particular where he is extremely developed as a character and kind of becomes Takami's biggest ally, and that is really what made me appreciate him. And once again, we'll get into that when we get to that ranking all the routes, which, damn it, we've already been here for like 2 hours. Okay, I need to hurry up a little. Moko's going top of C tier. I can't. Moko is like Takamaru at most, I would say, in that, like, she is just not well utilized. In fact, you don't technically meet Moko for the whole first route of the game. She dies before you can properly meet her, and instead one of the invaders comes along wearing her skin and pretending to be her quite convincingly, and you end up having to fight her. She is rescued in subsequent routes though, and you do get to learn more about her. Unfortunately, she's such an entertaining character concept of, like, she's a pro wrestler girl who's really, she's big and buff, but she is also she has a very, like, cutesy personality. And she's ends up being, like, BFFs with Nozomi, and they're very close. And she's also such a girl's girl. We love her for that. And yeah, I mean, it's just, like, she's a really charming character. It's just kind of similar to Kyoshika. They never do anything serious with her character. Like, she never gets any serious character focus unless she's, like, dying. unless she is in the middle of dying, she will not get, the narrative will not take her seriously enough. So it's unfortunate. That's just kind of where she has to be. I also think she's the least fleshed out character of the whole, like, even these three, like, I think have more kind of internality than she does. I just really like Moko. I just think she's such an entertaining character concept. That's the one other thing that I would really, really want in DLC, is just something where we get more focus on Moko. I do think that, unfortunately, her and Kako are probably the two female characters that get shafted the most. I know I put Kyoshika down here. Kyoshika is actually present for a lot of routes. It's just she's mostly comic relief. But I think these two get shafted the most by the overall narrative, in terms of, like, plot relevancy, and they also happen to be the two girls that Takami cannot romance at any point. Moko seemingly just because the game doesn't think you would ever want to romance Moko because she's a big buff girl, which is wrong and incorrect. Let me kiss her on the mouth. So yeah, very charming character. Unfortunately, doesn't get that much to do in the grand scheme of things. Sirei. Sirei, I'm like, do I rank him based on how well written he is, or do I rank him based on how much I like him? I think I'm gonna kind of split it down the middle and I'm gonna put him in B tier. Sirei is the war propaganda machine. um, he is that egg fucker I talked about earlier. Um, he is in fact instilled with the will of humanity, as his AI model, and that helps him make all of his decisions in order to further humanity's future. Um, and yeah, I don't think there's that much to say about him. I think he is obviously very similar to Monokuma from Danganronpa, in that he represents this evil force, and that he gets some silly things to say here and there, and he serves his purpose just as he should. I just think Monokuma is so much more peak. Oh, Moko's thing is that she has like a giant like wrecking, almost like wrecking ball sized mace on a chain that she like throws and like hurls at people. Also, I didn't mention Kyoshika. Kyoshika has a sword, which is separate from her Holy Jumanji sword, which she also uses in battle, despite the fact that it is established that normal weapons do not work on Invader, so she is just carrying that shit around for no reason. Um, but yeah, I don't have a ton to say about Sirei. Serves his purpose, is very important to the overall narrative and everything. Um, I just don't find him as entertaining as Monokuma, who would be in S tier if this were a Danganronpa tier list, but it's not. Nigo is the. Now we're getting into slightly more minor characters. Nigo is Sirei's second in command. Um, and he's a silly little guy. He's a silly, goofy little guy. He's like D tier. Um, I don't think there's that much wrong with him. There is an argument to be made that he might be an offensive, like, queer stereotype. Um, but it's honestly hard to tell what the fuck their intention is with Nigo on that front. Um, but yeah, I find him like charming enough when he's on screen. I think the thing with Sirei and Nigo, what I'm saying is it's basically just worse Monokuma, worse Monami, which isn't to say they don't serve their purpose perfectly fine. And Sirei has a lot of like stuff to do in the like plot wise, like the way Sirei is written. I think he's great. There's a lot of like, he's a complex character. There's a lot of like internal motivations and stuff. I just enjoy Monokuma more, and also, like, he is not entertaining enough for me to like ignore the fact and like how much I like him, that he's the fucking military shill man. You know what I mean? Like he's the man in capitalized T, capitalized M. You know. At least Monokuma's not a fucking bootlicker, is what I'm saying. Anyways, yeah. I don't dislike Nigo even really. I just kind of feel really ambivalent about Nigo. I find Nigo kind of like charming and cute when he's on screen, but once again, I like him less than all of these guys, and also he really doesn't contribute anything to the narrative in like any route, so he's just kind of there. Um, the only reason that he's like really relevant at all is I've mentioned some characters who you don't meet right at the very start of the game. I mentioned I mentioned very briefly there's a second academy. Nigo's in charge of that second academy with the other batch of students. Next we have Shion. Shion, I'm gonna put Shion B tier. Shion, how do I even begin to talk about this character? Um, Near the beginning of the game, Takumi spies a ghostly boy wreathed in flames. Um, and these flames are called undying flames. There's a huge wall of flames outside of the school, um, that protects the school most of the time from invaders getting through. But every so often they get through, and that's when they have to do fights. Find out very late into the first route that this guy is like the manifestation of that. And his true form, he has like a ghostly avatar that he can project outwards, which is what this is. But his true form is he's a baby. He's like literally a baby. He's a baby in a capsule. Um, he is also like literally like a baby in terms of like his like form, but like he is like 18, 19 years old in reality. I guess he could be even older, I don't know. But he just cannot grow because his hemo anima is so powerful that all of his body can do is generate flames. In fact, if he is not inside of that capsule, the flames will consume him and he will die. But he turns out to be powering missiles that are going to raise the entire planet that they're on to make it habitable, quote unquote, habitable for human life by committing a genocide on the creatures who live there. Um, yeah, he has this whole character arc of wanting to be his own person and be used as more than just a tool against the military. He doesn't get a whole ton of characterization outside of that, like, want, though, and outside of his want to, like, have friends and be recognized as a person and, like, live the life of a normal high schooler. Like, he has more plot relevance than he does character. He has more hopes and dreams than he does personality, if that makes sense. But I do really enjoy him. He's cute. He's a little sweetie. I do like the whole thing in the original route where for a while you kind of think that he must be the bad guy because Takumi isn't able to actually speak to him at first. He just sees him but isn't able to hear anything that Shion is saying to him. Um, Anyways, yeah, I he one of those characters that could easily go up if DLC does more with him. Ava, oh boy, Ava. Oh god. Um, this is so hard to say. She's definitely in one of these, but I'm like, so Ava is one of the commanders. I'm gonna put her at top of A for now. Ava is one of the commanders, one of the quote unquote enemies of humanity, who is taken prisoner by the members of the Special Defense Unit. Um, and in routes other than the first one, Sire brainwashes her and turns her into a member of the Special Defense Unit against her will, where she is now fighting against her people against her own will. She's essentially like completely lobotomized, which I think is why I have to put her in A tier rather than in either of the S tiers, because for most of the routes that she's present in, she is completely like fucking lobotomized. Um, but in the few routes where she actually does just get to be a character instead of just this like really sad tool that the rest of the characters in the game use. I mean, she's such a tragic character and such a tragic figure in the narrative, even without those moments, but the few times that she really gets to shine and we see her personality and what she's actually like, she's such a kind, loving, nurturing, caring person who, even before we she meets the Special Defense Unit, has been questioning, you know, the morality of what she's doing. Which, by the way, let me say, uh, the game takes a very firm stance that the Special Defense Unit are they're in the wrong. They're like the villains of the war. But the commanding officer of the other side, who we'll get to in just a moment, she's truly villainous. She's a terrible person. Is she in the right? Technically, yes, but she's going about it in all sorts of terrible ways and like wants to become like a dictator god essentially. So like she does need to be stopped. It's just also we shouldn't be doing the things that we're doing. So, yeah, Eva's going here. She's really great. Veshness. I'm gonna say Veshness also goes in A tier. I think Veshness, without the root that focuses on her, could be quite a bit lower because she does at first just seem kind of like your very standard villain. You know what I mean? Oh, by the way, Ava's hemoanima thing, although normally hemoanima for commanders works different, but when you play her in battle, she gets this, like, cool, like, bladed boomerang, which is really sick. Uh, but Veshness, you know, has a god complex, she's a dictator, but you get a bunch of her backstory explained to you in one of the roots, and I found that fascinating. Um, and I really enjoyed how much they kind of really thought through this like very standard villain motivation. And she really is very threatening and a very powerful force. And I think her English voice actress does a fantastic job at I guess really selling her. So yeah, you really feel her presence throughout all of the routes. Like she's doing such horrible shit so much of the time. She makes a splash. Karwa. Karwa, I think has to go in D tier. Just for the sake, uh, just for the fact that she is not real. So I mentioned Karwa at the start of this. She's not a real person. She doesn't exist. That's one of the big twists of this game is they everybody except for Nozomi is test tube babies with false implanted memories. Um, so Takumi based Karuwa off of Nozomi because he saw her wandering around the hospital and she kind of she kind of imprinted on him and she found like the people in the test tube chambers and then uh got caught hanging out with them, particularly Takumi, um and like like sitting next to them and telling sitting next to Takumi and like telling him her life story or whatever, and so they you know brainwashed her into forgetting about it, which explains the whole deal here. But he made Karwa based on Nozomi. So you really only get to know her through those beginning cutscenes and a couple of dreams. He has once she's good for what she adds to the narrative, but I feel like she has to be D tier on account of the fact that she's not a real character. Like I don't know what I'm supposed to say about her. I love this whole thing of like Takumi being in love with this like idealized version of Nozomi, but like yeah. Okay. Now we have all the fuck ass command. I feel like I should almost rank the commanders on their own tier list relative to each other, but considering I'm gonna rank these other characters, I guess I have to do it. Okay. Um, I think these are in order of when you fight them originally. She exactly. She's more of a plot device. This is Mervram. He's the first guy you fight. He's kind of a coward, and he's like D tier. They never do anything with him because you consistently kill him first. I should double check so that I know exactly which one is which as I'm doing these. Jeez, my phone charger is really warm right now. That's worrying. Um, hold on. I'm opening up a page so that I can reference what these guys look like because they all wear these fuck ass masks. Okay, yes, this is Pakron. I will say she is. You know what? To be fair, he is one of the worst commanders. I'm putting him in F tier. Pakron is slay simply for the fact that she is a plus-sized woman, and there's another character who she usually dies really early on too. But there's another character, another one of the commanders is revealed to like have been her lover. So hooray for acknowledging that plus-sized women are deserving of love. Now can you please do the same with Moko? Yeah, she gets to go in D tier simply for that. And because I want to see more of her. Adamakyu. This is the guy who's Pakron's lover. He is gonna go in C tier because he gets some really interesting stuff in one particular route. He gets a little bit of characterization, and it's real fun, and I do really enjoy him in that route. I wish there was more of it. He also swears like a motherfucker, and I love that about him. He tries to start a coup. Quenzele, I'm gonna at least put him over here because he gets like characterization. He's like a bumbling little coward. Or wait, no, this one's not Quenzele. This is Quenzele. Quenzele is like a bumbling little coward. Ava fucking hates him apparently. And at one point when they kill him, she says that he got quensoled. And everybody agrees that that's the worst pun in the universe. Parmith, similar to Pakron, gets a little bit of. I'll give them slightly more slay points, because they are canonically non-binary and also are apparently in love with Veshness or something. We don't ever really get to find out. They also have kind of cool powers in that they hypnotize people. But yeah. Also, non-binary, despite the fact that you can very clearly tell that they have tits, which is also, I think, cool as hell. Like, we didn't do the whole, like, androgynous equals masculine thing. Like, they didn't have to have, like, a, perfectly, like, flat-chested, like, straight-hipped form in order to be acknowledged as non-binary. So that was cool. Zenta, I'm gonna say Zenta, maybe not as high as Adamakyu, because I think he really makes a good impression in the one route that he gets focused in. But Zenta, we actually do get to see quite a bit of in the first route, because this is the commander that impersonates Moko. And also is pretty involved in the route that Adamakyu is involved in too. It's just kind of less focused on than he is, and is more of like a very level-headed character compared to him, so like doesn't stand out as much. Then you have Velagarzo and Zanshin. I want to say they're like, I don't think they're, are they F tier? Okay, yeah, they're F tier. Their only personality traits are being heterosexual and having a kid together. That's all we know about them. So they can't get slay points. It's at least some amount of characterization, but it's essentially the same amount of characterization as Murfram being a coward and having a dad. New Gank. I really like this guy. He has like cool like time reversal powers and speaks like really slowly and gloomily. So I hope they do more with him at some point. I think he has an interesting personality. Then we have Term Tammy. Absolute S tier. No. Term Tammy is in A tier. She's the best commander. So Term Tammy has this incredible power where she can make everybody hallucinate, and she specifically makes everybody hallucinate that they're in like a super shoujo, like fucking like school life days visual novel, probably like a dating sim or whatever, but like super sparkly shoujo, like completely different art style, different UI, and also she has this super like peppy personality, and her you can see like their like masks and everything here. When they transform, they turn into like giant monsters. Her giant monster looks like an idol girl with huge twin tails and a giant mic stand. Um, so she's like if Hatsune Miku was a kaiju. And you know what? I stand by that. The only downside is that she just does not get that much screen time. She could be absolute double S tier if they ever do anything with her. She is also besties with New Gang, which is really interesting, considering they have like complete opposite personalities. But in every route besides the first, you fight her and New Gang together, which I find the contrast of that really interesting. Then you have Dal Shah. I will put Dal Shah. Dal Shah you get more of, but I find him less compelling than these three. Um, Dal Shah is a commander that you only fight in routes after the first playthrough, um, where Veshness essentially he was the old commander of the army that Veshness bested when she was 6 years old, by the way. And now she keeps him as a prisoner, and she lets him out of his cage in order to fight the special defense unit once all of her other commanders get killed. Um, he cares a lot about honor. He's also Mervrum's dad, by the way. He cares a lot about honor and having an honorable death in battle, and he's one of those kind of characters. He also decapitates Takumi like it's a goddamn hobby. Um, so almost every goddamn route, Takumi passes out for like 3 to 5 days because he got decapitated. I didn't even mention that the characters get revived if they die in battle, so they can die whenever they want. There's just a few specific ways in which they can like die for realsies, but like this guy loves to decapitate Takumi. It's his favorite activity. Um, Literally like the only one of the only routes in which they meet and he doesn't decapitate Takumi during like their first meeting. It's because Hiroko warned him because it's the time loop route. She's like, I know in every other fucking timeline this guy decapitates you. You need to dodge. Okay, then Commune. Commune, I'm gonna put her above Term Tammy, but below Kako. Commune is Ava's daughter. Ava's not actually like 30, by the way. Ava's like 19. She's Commune's adopted mother. So she's Ava and also Veshness. These two are sisters, by the way. She's their niece. But her parents died, and so Ava took her in. And basically, in a bunch of different routes, you learn that she is Ava's like big motivation, and everything that Ava does is to protect Commune, and that is part of the reason why she's been questioning her place in the war. Commune is also what's known as the Maiden Sage and the leader of the rebellion against Veshness. She has some amount of hemo anima, but it's not enough for her to transform the way that that all of the commanders do, but it does give her some like foresight powers, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. It gives her some like some cool like maiden sage-esque powers. She can also like fire an arrow made out of light, but I guess it's implied she can't really do it very often. She's also like 10. she's a little girl, but she's that trope of like a little girl who acts very precocious. Um especially because she's been tasked with a very big responsibility. And she is very, like wise. But she is ultimately still a little girl. I find her very charming in the few routes that she's in. Once again, just a character that I kind of wish they did more with. But there are a couple of routes where she's very well utilized. She just doesn't get that many of them to shine. But I would say A tier for her. Yeah, no, no, no. The fact that they are regularly revived, she's downright disappointed. She's the first. By the way, Darmy is the first. Like she dies in like the very first battle of the very first route, and everybody's like, "Oh no, she's dead. We have for Darmy." And then she shows up later, and she's like, "I'm actually really disappointed that people can die because now a killing game will be meaningless." Um, but she gets over it and then still wants them to do killing games. She wants to perform the forever killing game where they just kill each other forever. Um, all right, so now we are getting into some minor characters. So these are some characters that are introduced in a couple of very specific routes because there's another secret villain present in a couple of the routes. There is a alien parasite known as the Gi that in a couple of specific routes take over characters' brains and basically turn 100 Line into Among Us. It's great. So there are three different routes where this happens. One is the slasher route, which plays out like a straightforward like slasher. There's a serial killer going around, and the ultimate twist is that the serial killer is actually you. It's Takumi. Um, and Gi Takumi, I would say, it's a. The problem with Gi Takumi is that it's an extremely predictable twist. I do like his attitude, and I do like the. He has a lot of presence in the overall narrative once we get to like the time loop route and like Takumi finding out like, oh, I turned into like a serial killer and killed all my friends in another route, and he has a bunch of guilt about that. But like literally like 10 to 20 days into the slash route, I figured it out, and it was so obvious that I thought it was a red herring. Um, so yeah, that's kind of my main complaint about slasher route. Then we have Gi Nozumi and Gi Kako, or as they call them, Nozumi G and Kako G. I love these two very dearly. These two are great. I would say in terms of a reveal, so Nozumi is part of the box. Nozumi G is part of the Box of Calamity route. I can't in good faith rank her above these guys, but I love her so much. She's my favorite Gi in the game. Um, she is such a good and well done reveal. Box of Calamity is kind of similar in that there's like kind of a serial killer going on, but there's two different branches of the route. One in which you're more focused on this ghostly apparition you keep seeing around, and one in which you're more focused on the fact that people are dying and you're trying to solve the mystery. Um, and it's kind of split depending. There are certain versions of the route where you're like, this is like a demon curse and like we think a ghost did it, but ultimately it is revealed in the route that Nozumi was infected by this parasite and she started killing everybody. What I really like about Nozumi G is that she still retains Nozumi's kind personality, and in the end, when she's revealed to everybody, offers to go up to the satellite with them, go back to the Tokyo residential complex with them, and is like, hey, like, I can just pretend to be your old friend. I have all of her memories. I have her entire personality. Like, I have access to her brain. I can be exactly like her, and I'll just keep my killings on the side and I'll keep them secret. and you guys can just pretend I'm Nozomi. And won't that be so much fun and nice? I'm really sorry that I killed everybody. Honestly, it was hard to do in this body because she's just so naturally kind. Um, and I love that so much. I love her. I was so charmed by that twist and so charmed by her, even though we didn't get to see that much of her being evil as opposed to this next Yi character, but I really liked her. Kakoji. I think Kakoji's gonna go at the bottom of A tier? Maybe lower. She might be B tier. I like Kakoji. I do. Kakoji is part of Mystery Route. Once again, a route where people start dying. Wow. Like, but this time it's more of treated as like deduction. We're trying to figure out who done it. Especially because Kakoji is using proxies to kill people. She is blackmailing other people in the group, going in disguise with a voice changer, Ghostface style, and then blackmailing other people in the group to do her killing for her. Which I think is fitting since she has the brain of a girl who wants to become a detective. Which I never even really thought about until now, but that is cool. So, it's interesting that it's the mystery route when everything is being orchestrated by a version of Kako. But yeah, she does, I feel like in the end when you she moves across a couple different timelines. Eventually she escapes to the part where you finally confront her is in the time loop route that I mentioned before, and I feel like she just kind of becomes a little bit of a generic villain at that point. She's very like I'm evil and I'm the mastermind, and I like the aspect of her character where she's more conniving because Kako has that side of her where she's very deductive, and Kako can have quite the dark side to her, as you learn in certain parts of the route. She is, in certain routes in the game, she is not above, like, killing people in cold blood. Um, she does that with both Veshness and Ava in different routes. She fucking murders them in cold fucking blood. And I love that about her. But yeah. I just, in the end, I find Nozomi more compelling. Okay. This fucker, old man, he appears in like 2 routes to give you pertinent information. And he has this really stupid, silly voice in the English dub, which Audrey tried to tell me that he was like a gag character and that's why he has the stupid, silly voice. He doesn't even do any gags really at any point. Like, he tells, like, I don't know, a couple of jokes. It's just like he has a silly voice because you're not supposed to take him seriously, even though like his main purpose is to drop exposition. And also possibly he only exists in those 2 timelines because Hiroko cannot find him in any other timeline. In the route where you hop between timelines, like technically you encounter him in that route as well, but only because you hop to one of the 2 timelines where he's available. Anyways, ghostly apparition. Yeah, she's like D tier. I'm not even gonna elaborate. Ghostly apparition is D tier. Okay, then we have, this is Goto. Goto's F tier. Is Goto worse than the old man? No. So Goto is from a specific, I'm assuming this is meant to represent Goto, because Goto just uses Nigo sprites. Goto is a rogue AI that snuck itself into Nigo's code that is only encountered in one route of the game called the Conspiracy Route, which is one of the worst routes in the fucking game because of all of its extremely missed potential. Basically, Goto is like, hey, we're gonna try and like rebel against the SDU, and I'm letting you in on this big conspiracy to like get you guys all out of this military program and get you back to the Tokyo residential complex, and then nothing interesting is done with it, and he also just like straight up lies to you about everything. Um yeah, it's a bad route. Um and then random little girl who is present in exactly one really short route in the game. She's good for what she represents for that route. She has no name or anything. She has a cute design, but she is ultimately just some random little girl. I can't put her in F tier though because she's just a little girl. I'm not going to be mean to her. She doesn't do anything. But she's just a little girl. Okay? I almost feel bad for putting Valagarzo and Senshin in F tier, but then I thought to myself they're head slop. So so I'm keeping them in F tier. Yeah. That's it. That's my list. Yeah, most of these some of these are just different versions of the characters. The Holy Jumanji sword is there. This is just faceless NPC. I don't even think these sprites are used in the game. What are these? There's a scene where in one route where Takumi has to kill a bunch of people. The fish are from Comedy Route. There's a branch of Comedy Route where everybody's heads turn into fish. So this is just representative of everybody during that particular branch of Comedy Route. This is most of them. I believe this one is what Takemaru in particular looks like. And then this one is what Karara looks like. She turns into a can of, like, fish and tomato because of her tomato head. So yeah. This is Ava and Veshnes with their masks on. This is Karara without her mask on. This is Ato. This is the cooler Ato. Maybe I'll explain that. There is also very briefly a Gi Takemaru, but he's literally only present for one scene before he gets killed, so I'm not ranking him. He doesn't even have any dialogue. So he's not really even a character. Takemaru is just naturally so full of rage that the Gi taking over his brain just immediately went into a rage and didn't disguise their killing at all, and so the SDU took him down immediately. Alright, wow. I have been talking for 2 hours. I've been talking for 2 hours and we did one tier list. That's crazy. Okay. We have to talk about roots now. I really should have made the F tier earlier, because in this case, I knew I was gonna need it. Okay. Hold on. Should save this. Download image. Okay. Alright, so we are going to go in the order of these little numbers here, the numberings of the roots. This is kind of like not the way that they're organized on the flowchart. It almost is, but anyways, so let me just start out. Last Defense Academy, first scenario. This is what they call the first route that I have been referring to. A lot of people also call it Route 0. This is the 40 hour prologue that I was talking about. I'm going to put it in A tier. It's a really solid story, that ends in relative tragedy. Like I said, ends with more of a whimper than a bang. But that's what the rest of the story is for. A very serviceable prologue that introduces you to all of the characters and the concepts and leads very well into everything else. Then you have Last Defense Academy, second scenario. This is absolute S tier. Second scenario is not the true end, but it's the truth end. This is the ending that answers all of the questions that the first scenario left you with. This is kind of like this is the common route also. So every other route for the most part branches off of this one right here, other than the routes that are different from like the very first choice you make, in which there are more branches from there. I don't know if what I said just made any fucking sense. Um, Basically, when you look at the flowchart, most of the flowchart is a really long middle line. That's second scenario, and then there are branches off of that middle line. That's each of those are like the different routes. Um, but yeah, Last Defense Academy, second scenario technically only has one ending. Uh, I really think of it as having two endings though. It's just they call the other one Reset Route. It's not really a separate route, it's just really an alternate ending for second scenario. It's just they really wanted to emphasize which one is the, like I said, not true ending, but the like emphasized like ending. The ending that tells the story that feels the most complete, that really, this is the second scenario is the ending where all of the themes really coalesce and they're you know putting forth all of the morals and all of the lessons they want to impart through this story. It also has the best fight scene in the entire, like the best battle in the entire game. Um, yeah, it is a much longer ending than Reset, which is kind of a little bit of an early end that kind of takes like it's kind of like the bad end, in a way. But it's also like the bad end in the same way that like if you play Persona 5 and you say Persona 5 Royal and you say yes to Maruki, it's like how that's a bad ending. That's what Reset Route is, without me going into detail. Goodbye Ato is a route. It's really short. I'm gonna put top of B tier for now, but could go bottom of A tier. Goodbye Ato is, by the way, these are ordered in like how late into second scenario they branch off. So Reset branches off near the very end where they ask you if you want to defy Sirei one last time, and if you decide to just give up and side with Sirei at the end, then that's how you get Reset. Choice before that is whether or not you let Ito back onto the team after he plucks his eyeballs out, in order to try and kind of fight the effects of his cognitive disorder so that he can properly fight with the team. If you say no to him, then you switch to Ato's perspective. This is the route with the little girl. He basically is exiled from the SDU, from the academy, and you follow him in kind of like this really depressing story about the nature of redemption. It's very short. It does tell the story it wants to tell effectively. It is one of the shortest routes. It takes like less than 30 minutes to complete. Rebellion. This is when, if you decide to defy Siri a little bit earlier, you get Rebellion route. This is one of the routes where Commune is very present in, where you join up with her and you try to, like, you try and change the world together. I honestly think this route just needed to be fleshed out more. It has some really interesting ideas, and I'm not going to say it's a bad route. I just wish it were longer. This is one of the routes that I've seen a lot of people explore in fanfiction, though, because it is one of the most interesting endings, and is ultimately, like, in the grand scheme of things, one of the happiest endings of the game. It's just not considered not considered the golden ending because there are several characters who have already died up to this point in the narrative, um, and another major character that can die during this route. The Ava route. If you decide to defend Ava at a crucial part in the game, she lets go. She's able to overcome her brainwashing, and Takumi ends up sympathizing with her and getting to know her, and then they end up running away together. Um, this leads to one of two endings, one of which you and Ava run away from the entire conflict together, and she ends up being pregnant with Takumi's child, which is wild. But they do have a really sweet romance. And the other of which she fights Feshness to the death, and it ends with a mutual kill, and she dies tragically in Takumi's arms. Also one of the shorter ones, but I did really believe in their relationship, funny enough. And I do think it's a little bit melodramatic, and maybe I've heard some really mixed opinions on this route. Some people really like it, some people really dislike it. I'm a little more in the middle about it. But generally I think it's a good one. It's one of it's there's a lot worse ones you could do. Okay, multiple Atos. This is my ultimate S tier. Um, we're gonna talk a lot about routes later into this that drag themselves out way too much. Like, 100 Line has pacing issues all over the place, but there's a lot of routes that either drag themselves out way too much and spend way too much time on shit that doesn't matter, or other routes in which I wish they had more time to grow. Multiple Atos tells exactly the story it needs to tell in exactly the amount of time they need to tell it. It is perfectly paced. The tone is excellent. The concept is fucking pitch perfect. This route happens if you decide to kill Ato when he reconfronts the group at a certain point in the story, and in doing so, Takumi absorbs so much of Ato's hemoanima that Ato starts living in his head. He develops an Ato tulpa on accident. And Ato living in his head gives him a cognitive disorder. Not the same cognitive disorder he himself has. Instead, he gives Takumi a cognitive disorder where everybody else looks, sounds, and acts like Ato. Everybody else is Ato in Takumi's mind. And he also he the more time goes on, the more he is able to influence Takumi's mind. And he issues this challenge to Takumi where there's one more Ato in the group than there should be. And he asks Takumi to try and identify which Ato is not real. Which one's the extra Ato? Which one is not one of his friends with an Ato coat of paint? And which one is just the bonus Ato? This route also has four endings, but none of them feel like they just exist to just be like a throwaway bad ending. Which most other routes have some endings where it's like, okay, this is just like an early bad ending. Some of them are really good bad endings. Some of them are really lazy bad endings, but multiple Atos, I mean, pretty much every ending to multiple Atos is a bad end, but all four of them feel like complete and deserved endings to the story. And I think that's beautiful. There's a very obvious standout among the four endings, but all four of them I think are great. Serial battles. This is F tier. If you tell Shion that he cannot be a part of your group, he can't hang with the crew, serial battles happens, when Ato comes to attack you, as alluded to when I talked about multiple Atos, um, Shion explodes him with his mind, and ends up using up a bunch of his power and making the wall of fire weaker in the process, and so more enemies are able to get through, and then you have to do a battle fucking every single day, or pretty much every day. Um, this Maybe this could have been interesting if they had given you unique battles, but they don't. They just reuse battles from the other routes. In fact, they reuse battles multiple times over because there's a thing in this route where Veshness finds the machine where she can fucking bring in, like, she finds the machine that they find that, okay. I talked about the time loop route. That's also like they jump to like parallel universes in that route. So there's a place where you can go with the machine that lets them jump to parallel universes. In this route, Veshness finds that machine off screen, and it's the only unique battle in that is that you fight two Veshnesses at the same time, which is interesting, but I like to say the one thing that would have saved this route and made it D tier for me is if the final battle of Serial Battles route was a boss rush mode where it's like fucking like 15 waves and you fight every single boss back to back. That at least would have made it D tier, but as it is, it's F tier. I swear to God, the amount of writing in this route is literally like a couple pages of dialogue in between the battles. It's so dire out here. It's so dire. This shit sucks. There's just nothing to it. It's just all battles, no story. Also, okay, this is getting a little ahead of myself, but in SF route, the time loop, the time loop parallel universes route, that route goes on to explain a bunch of different things that happen in different routes in the game. It explains a bunch of weird little anomalies that have happened throughout a bunch of routes that you've played earlier. Serial Battles doesn't fucking do that. I don't know what timeline does she take these fucking the other bosses from. Like, I never thought about this until now. Where is she getting the bosses from if we're going by SF rules of like everything kind of needs to like line up and like make sense to some degree? Like, you know, we have to like account for everything. I don't know, like, I definitely don't know where she's getting that other Veshness from, because by all means Veshness is present in all of these routes, so it doesn't add up. Kronk voice, by all accounts, it doesn't make sense. Conspiracy route. I mentioned this one when I was talking about Goto. It's bad. So the reason Conspiracy route sucks is that they introduce this really interesting idea of there being an organization of humans in the TRC that know about this mission to essentially try and colonize this planet for humans to live on, and that they're opposed to it, and that they don't want these child soldiers to exist, and then it just doesn't really go into that, and this doesn't have any further implications. Like, I mean, it should have implications for a bunch of other routes, but it just doesn't. And it seems to really only exist to pad out the number of endings. I swear to God, Conspiracy Route has, I think, like 9 endings, and only one of them is worth a damn, and even then, that one is really vague. Conspiracy Route, you can beat in like an hour. You can beat it in like an hour, and there's like 9 endings. Basically, the way that Conspiracy Route works is a lot of these other ones have branching narratives where there's like, you know, like different points like that make like, you know, like you get a choice, and it's like, oh, you can choose this thing or that thing, and both of them will have you continue to play for quite a while. and you'll get to make different choices on those two different paths. Not every single route is like this, but quite a few of them are. Conspiracy route, once again, is just a straight line with there's a correct answer and then there's a wrong answer. And if you pick the wrong answer, you immediately get electrocuted to death by Goto or Sire. It's bad. There is also one time where he just sets off the bombs that are in everybody's bodies. It's just implied that he just kills everybody all at once. So that's fucked up. I don't think I like this guy if he's just gonna kill me the moment that I say something wrong. He's being all like, we want to save you guys, but also if you don't want to be saved, fuck you, I'm murdering you all. Which doesn't really make any sense to me. I think it's more just that they don't want the project to exist. They morally object to the project, but I would think they would morally object to the project in part because of the child soldiers and then want to protect the child soldiers, wouldn't you think? Casual route. I'm gonna say casual route is C tier. Casual route is at one point Sire can electrocute you, kind of like in Conspiracy. And if that happens, then Takumi gets really messed up in the head, and Sire brainwashes him real bad, to the point where he imagines that they're all having a happy little school life together. Yeah, they have bombs in them to keep them in line. And the reason that Eito is able to kill Sire in the first route is Sire just straight up didn't think about the fact that if he presses the button to kill them with the bombs, the drones that pick them up when they die during battle will just automatically revive them. so they will just get automatically revived anyways. So Eito is able to just kill him in one shot. Which is really funny to me. Yeah, casual route is just kind of boring because it's just kind of a slice of life route. It does at least have like the vague backdrop of like something is seriously wrong here, and like Takumi will start to suspect that something's up. And in the end does find out that something's up. By the way, Casual and Conspiracy both make the same exact Matrix reference. They both have you make a choice between a red pill and a blue pill. And I just do it once. You're not allowed to do it twice. You have to save it for one route in particular. I don't necessarily know which one to keep. I would probably say Conspiracy. But yeah. Box of Blessings. Okay. People fucking hate Box of Blessings. People say it's as bad as Serial Battles. Here's the thing. Hot take. Box of Blessings is not that bad. I think, look. I think after playing all of the routes, I've come to kind of put Box of Blessings in more of like a mid spot in my mind, whereas before I was like, actually Box of Blessings is pretty good. Now I think it's kind of a little more mid. Box of Blessings has like 4 different branches to it, with 2 endings to each of those branches. That's the main reason people hate Box of Blessings. And especially because there's a lot of repeated dialogue between those 4 different branches. Particularly during like the before and after battles, like they'll reuse the dialogue there. Box of Blessings is all about them trying to find these legendary boxes that are supposed to grant wishes. And people also say the plot is really repetitive. They go to the same locations in each one, but I find it varied enough because the difference between the branches is who you go exploring with. So I find it kind of interesting to see, like, okay, these are like the same scenarios, but we're seeing different characters in these similar scenarios each time. So I find that kind of interesting. Um, the branch of Box of Blessings that focuses on Shoma is also extremely fucking good, and is his best like character moment in the entire game. This is what I was talking about, where I said there's a particular route where he really learns to double down on like what he believes in, and he kind of like comes full circle with that stuff that they kind of hint towards in the first route. I also have a particular theory pertaining to Shoma in that route. I have a game theory about Shoma in that route. Um, but I don't know. I don't know if it would make sense to share it here, but I have a lot of thoughts about Box of Blessings as a route. Um, I think it is tedious to get through. Not There's also a lot of exploration missions in it, which I haven't even mentioned. There's like a board game section that's like a where you can like gain resources to use to level up your characters. I find the exploration missions harmless. I think doing a bunch of exploration missions is so much like not nearly as bad as doing a bunch of battles. So I don't really understand the comparison to serial battles route. Um it like the exploration missions are so much shorter than the battles. And in both cases, if you've done them before, you can skip them. I think maybe there was a point where you couldn't skip the exploration missions. Or was it the battles? There was a point where one of them couldn't be skipped, I think. But even afterwards, I've seen people call Box of Blessings one of the worst routes in the game. Like for people who have played it after whatever that patch was released. Um, and look, I think it's just the fact that I am a visual novel head, and so like having to go through repeated dialogue is kind of part of playing visual novels to me. And for the most part, sorry, oh my god, my throat. For the most part, 100 Line avoids this really well because you can, um, it has a huge flowchart where you can just like jump to right to any choice at any point. So most of the time, you're not going to have to go through dialogue that you've already been through if you want to make a different choice at any point. Um, so Box of Blessings is kind of the one main route in which you're going to have to go through dialogue you've already read before. But to me, that's not really a huge chore. To me, that's just part of playing visual novels. So I didn't really mind it as much. Um, and as compared to serial battles, there is at least a plot to Box of Blessings. Say what you will, but there's a plot to Box of Blessings, and things are happening in Box of Blessings. And there is actual, like, there's, like, meat to the story. There's perhaps too much fat in that meat. There's a lot of fat you could cut off. But I think that's better than, like, the literal, like, bare bones of these three. Box of Calamity is the one that I talked about earlier with Nozomi. I love Box of Calamity. Great, great mystery. I do much prefer the half where you focus on the murders instead of the ghostly apparition that Takumi keeps seeing. Which is a little more Ava focused because this route starts with you killing Ava. Um, But overall, I really enjoyed the mystery of that route. I think that route is so much fun. Also, I think it has some of the best Shomo moments in the game. He's extremely flawed in this route and does some fucked up things. Even though he is not the Gi in that route, he is literally suspected to be the Gi because he fucks up that badly. Cult of oh my god. I was so distracted by the euphoria of doing this stream and finally talking about all my 100 line opinions that I forgot that Cult of Takumi exists. I I straight up don't know where to put this. I'm gonna put it top of C tier. Um, Cult of Takumi is a route that is trying to make you feel a very specific way, and it is very successful at making you feel horrified and disgusted and confused. And yeah, so basically Cult of Takumi is there's a point where you can choose to sacrifice one of three characters. If you sacrifice Takemaru, Takumi becomes so depressed that Yugamu is like, "Hey man, I made you some drugs that like I made you antidepressants. No, I made you drugs that will boost your pheromones to make you a better leader, and it should also hopefully boost your self-confidence back up." They work a little too well, and everybody becomes obsessed with you, and they start a cult around you. And everybody is really, really horny for Takumi in this route. Um, and there's nothing he can do about it. So it's basically like a harem route that slowly gets played more and more for horror until there's one of two endings. Either one where Takumi tries to end the cult and everybody decides to rebel against him, and it ends absolutely horrifically in a way that I don't even want to say exactly what happens because yikes. Um and another ending where Takumi just decides to go full evil mode, and he does some really questionable stuff, and yeah, just decides to. I don't know how else to describe it other than he embraces his role and he goes full evil mode. He becomes a dictator essentially. Um, Veshnes route. If you decide to sacrifice Tsubasa in that decision I was mentioning earlier, you get the Veshnes route, in which Tsubasa is not able to make her grand sacrifice. She chickens out of it. And Veshnes takes everybody hostage. This is the route that I was mentioning before, where you get a little bit more insight into a couple of the commanders, and one of them stages a coup. This one is short, but I also think, like multiple Atos, it uses its time expertly. I didn't need any more of it than I got. This is also the route where you get to learn a lot more about Veshnes. She takes a particular interest in Takumi, and they have conversations and learn more about each other. Just because she's amused by him and she's fascinated by him and she wants to know more about him. And they don't explicitly romance each other in this route, but there is kind of like a tragic, like, Romeo and Juliet, maybe in another life we could have gotten to know each other better and end this war peacefully sort of deal. Also a whole subplot involving Tsubasa and her regret about not being able to do the job that she was given, and this is one of those routes where they really make you realize like what a fully realized character Tsubasa is. I love her. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Coming of age. Where did I put coming of age? I'm gonna say coming of age goes right at the bottom of A tier for me. Coming of age, I just feel at the very end is a little too cheesy for me. It's coming of age is what it sounds like. It's a big, like, I think Hiroko describes it in SF Root. It's the kind of thing that makes you go, ah, teenage youth, like. It's basically the game structured as if it were a coming of age movie, and this route is really notable for them trying to brainwash Ato in this route the same way they brainwash Ava, and it actually doesn't work on him, and he pretends this whole route to have been magically fixed, only to betray you again at the end, which I find very funny. Fell for it again award goes to Takumi Sumino. But yeah, this one ends very cheesily. In one of the two endings, you defeat Ato with the power of friendship. Not joking, literally, you defeat him with the power of friendship. And yeah, I mean it's good for what it is. It has a lot of really nice heartwarming moments. I just do think that the end of it with the power of friendship was just a little too silly goofy for my taste. But I'm not going to hold that against it too much. Still is a very good route. Also has really, really good Nozomi Carrara stuff. Um, and I didn't mention this before. Nozomi and Carrara are my favorite ship in this game, so it does get points for that. Um, Retsnom. Retsnom is one of the two routes in which you get to learn about Darumi. Um, in this route, you prioritize saving the going back to protect Last Defense Academy instead of saving the members of Second to Last Defense Academy, which is all of Nozomi's crew. Um, that's Moko, Karara, Kyoshika, and Yugamu. And in this route, Darumi doesn't die, but pretty much everybody from Second to Last Defense Academy does, except for Nozomi. Um, and Takumi tries to find a way to once again right his wrongs, and he and Darumi find out about this monster named Retsnom, which is monster spelled backwards. Um, they find about the monster Retsnom, which can create something called a ruby tear that can revive people. And they there's some good body horror involved in this. And the main bulk of the route, you will have to infuse Darumi with Retsnom so that he can be controlled and she becomes the monster. And very fun, primarily just a character study for Darumi, who is one of the most interesting characters in this game. Yeah, that's great. SF. This is the time loop route that I talked about. This one, there are multiple literal, like, what they call story locks, where it's like you have to do certain routes and certain endings to even be able to play this content. So there's multiple locks in front of this route if you want to be able to play all the way to the end of it, because like I said, this route explains a lot of things that happen in other routes in the game. A lot of anomalies and little things that don't make sense are explained in SF route. So, if you ever play this, I highly recommend that it is the last route you play in the game. That is what I did. I saved it for last, and it's pretty much the perfect ending. I don't really know how else to describe it other than it's great. It's so much fun to see everything kind of like come together and all the little pieces fall into place of all these little lingering questions that you had about what are these weird people in diving suits, what do they want, what are they doing. um it's really awesome. It especially explains a lot of slasher route, which I had a ton of questions about when I first finished it and ranked a lot lower. I would have ranked a lot lower originally because I you need to play SF route in order to understand a lot of what slasher is putting down. But once you do, it feels like a very complete experience and it's great. Um so yeah, SF route is definitely S tier just for the way that it really wraps up the story in a neat, clean little bow, and it has some really neat, fun little sci-fi romp. Um, romance route. Romance route is D tier. Romance route, just turns the game into a really badly structured dating sim. Basically, Takumi falls off of the roof and is in a 3-day coma. Um, and during that time, he has a dream where he kisses 3 different girls, and they all had the same dream except just the part where they kissed him, not the part where he kissed other girls. And so now they all have awkward crushes on him. And so Moko says, okay, today is day 25. I'm going to, each of you, she plays like matchmaker here. and turns it into like fucking The Bachelor. It's like each of you have 25 days to try and woo Takumi, and at the end of each of your allotted 25 days, he will decide whether or not to accept or reject you. This is a terrible way to structure this route. This is so bad. Yeah, unfortunately, you cannot date Moko. It's even implied in one of the endings that she maybe developed a crush on Takumi in the process. That only happens if you reject every single girl and you don't get with her, if that happens. So, this is a bad way to structure this simply because they're waiting on you to decide whether Takumi likes the girl back or not. The game has to be just so horribly, terribly, like, he comes across as, like, either the wishy-washiest man in existence or extremely aromantic. Which I tend to read it as the second. Romance route Takumi is so aro-coded. If you reject the girls, he feels so bad about the fact that he couldn't return their feelings and literally, like, basically, like, mourns his hangout sessions with them and the fact that he had to do this to them because he just couldn't return their, like, he angsts about it so much. He has so much guilt over it. But yeah, also extremely notable in that this was the first route that I did when I played blind, and there are no free time slots, so you can't upgrade your weapons at any point during this route, and you still are doing battles. There are still battles during this. You can't upgrade your weapons at any point or upgrade anything at all, and it fucking sucks, and I hated it. But it goes here because at least there is a story, even if it's bad. At least there's content. There's too much of it. It drags on for way too long, but and it's so repetitive. Because the girls don't take you out on varied dates. You just, like, do the same thing every single fucking day so they don't have to have multiple CGs. Anyways. Slasher route. Slasher is, I'm gonna say, top of B tier. Like I said, Slasher route really comes together when you play SF route. Before then, it is quite confusing. The only reason I'm taking points off of Slasher route is A, because the twist is extremely obvious, as I talked about when I talked about Takumi G. And B, okay, I mentioned that characters can be revived, right? So then you might be wondering, how the fuck does a Slasher route work? Well, there are specific ways that they can be killed where all of their... The thing that revives them is the special magic blood. Like, they activate the special magic blood and it, like... It like, reconstitutes their body. Or whatever. But, in, fucking... Sorry. I just, like, totally lost my train of thought for a second. So the special magic blood. The Hemo Anima. Okay, so basically, what I'm putting down here, in Mystery Route, here, let me just put Mystery Route down here. Mystery Route is, like, bottom B tier. In Mystery Route, they explain why the drones aren't just coming out to automatically collect bodies. Because I mentioned it's a crucial plot point at the end of the first route that the drones will automatically come and collect your body no matter where you die on campus. It is only explained in Mystery Route, one of 3 different routes in which people are just dropping dead like flies, that the drones got reprogrammed so that they will only be deployed out during battle. This is only explained during Mystery Route. I played Mystery Route after both Slasher and Box of Calamity. So throughout all of Slasher and Box of Calamity, I'm like, huh? Huh? What? You know, like, I'm wondering why they can't, why characters aren't simply just being revived the whole time. Because apparently you're just supposed to play Mystery first, I guess. But Mystery was one of the final routes I played, so fuck me. Um, uh, it is also, I think it's briefly explained in the first route, but it's like not emphasized well enough that like they can just bleed out normally. Like if the drone doesn't come and collect them in enough time. And if they bleed out enough, then they don't have enough of the special magic blood. They don't have enough hemo anima in order to be revived anymore. Um, which makes sense because Nozomi has a very small amount of hemo anima, and she very notably cannot be revived by their machinery. Like if she dies at any point in the game, she's dead for real. Um, in fact, if she runs out of HP during battle, she just retreats. Um, but yeah, so Mystery, on the other hand, Mystery, I really want to like Mystery. I think the ending of Mystery really sticks the landing for me. It's just kind of all of the build up to it. The first mystery and mystery route is ridiculously easy to solve, and then the second one is so obtuse. And it feels really weird to me. It does not feel like it's written by the same people who wrote Danganronpa. They're obviously not meant to be super complex mysteries, because that's not the point, but they're just not really that well constructed. I still don't understand how the second thing in mystery route, like the second mystery of mystery route, really works. There's like a way to escape from the cages that they keep Ato and Ava in using balloons that I still don't fully understand. I'll be so honest. And also that the just trying to figure out who the killer is in that particular moment is just so much more obtuse than the first killer in that route, who is extremely fucking obvious. Anyways, like I said, ending of this one is really good. Everything with Kakoji in this route, extremely good. But yeah. Comedy. Say not as bad as romance. But better than conspiracy. Comedy route has the opposite problem of romance route, where it is all free time events all the time. There's more free time than you will ever know what to do with, and there's 4 different fucking branches, and none of them are really all that funny. It feels more like slice of life. Feels more like slice of life that's like slightly wacky. I personally think that the best branch of comedy route is the fish route, just because it feels like something's happening. At least people's heads turning into fishes is something. Yeah, it's the same joke over and over again, but at least the joke makes me chuckle a little. At least I found the joke amusing. You know? At least it's something silly, goofy, wacky going on. And maybe I like that one because it was the only route that I had heard about going into it, and it's the only one that feels as wacky as I was hoping. To be fair, there is also another one where Takumi gets a smartass disease where he will explode if he's ever a smartass. And that one's not bad either. That one's pretty short. Um but I that one I just kind of almost wish you had more of, or that they did something more with the joke. Um but yeah, just one more route left to rank, and that is that one's pretty short because he explodes multiple times and then is asleep for like 10 days each after each time that he explodes. Um, I do have to reiterate, he doesn't die the first time he explodes. He explodes and then is revived multiple times. Um, uh, okay. Well, the other two branches of this are a, Sire giving everyone, if you laugh, you lose challenge. And what is the other one? Oh, the fucking one where there's like a Subasa makes some sort of fucking invention that Takumi thinks is like an affection meter, but then it actually and it like reads zero when he points it at Nozomi, so he thinks Nozomi hates him, and then he keeps on trying to impress Nozomi. um, and then it turns out that it was actually just a sleep. Like it measures how good of sleep somebody gets, and she like it measures how like tired somebody is, and she got zero because she gets really good sleep. Anyways, final route, killing game route. This one is also S tier. Um, it's surprisingly, it's not a Danganronpa killing game. This is, you guessed it, the other route that focuses on Darumi quite a bit. This is also the one where Yugamu becomes like your bestie. Um, so killing game route, I love killing game route. I love you. Um, this one I have moderate brainworms over killing. Not as many brainworms as I have about multiple Ato, but there's a lot more to chew on in killing game route. There's just like a couple of things here and there that I would change about killing game route. Namely, I think they do Nozomi really dirty in this route. I straight up did not even know that she like plays a major role in this route from everything that I'd heard about it until I actually played it, because nobody ever fucking mentions her when talking about this route. Um, she's around for like the entire route and nobody ever says anything about it. Um, because they like kind of reduce her to her mommy issues and then turn her into like an older sister character for Commune. And yeah, it just feels like really weird character derailment for her. I like the things that they're exploring with her character. I wish they didn't just make that her only character trait afterwards, though. And during all of it. Basically, she latches onto Ava as like a mother figure, which is weird because they're supposed to be like the same age. I will say, I interpret Ava as being like 19, but the game is really weirdly inconsistent between routes about how old the writers think she's supposed to be. In some routes like this one and in Box of Calamity, her like ghost, I guess, act like the SDU is like way younger than her. And then Ava route and like all of Takumi's narration the first time that they meet her like positions her to be about the same age as everyone else. So like I said, I tend to think she's like 19. But otherwise I just feel really weird about the fact that Takumi gets her pregnant, okay? This is the only way that I can cope with that, alright? Um but yeah, so there's this whole thing about Nozomi, Ava becoming like Nozomi's mother figure in Killing Game Route, which is really interesting, and I like what they do with that during the like dramatic moments during that, but I also think that that then becomes kind of like Nozomi's entire character is caring about Ava, and then later caring about Commune, and Ava's my mom now, and Commune's my little sister now, and yeah, that becomes her entire character. Um, and this is also the route where Tsubasa becomes your love interest, and she's very well done in this route, which once again leads me to believe that maybe they can only write female characters when they're Takumi's potential love interest. Because Takumi and Tiriko are like implied love interests in SF too. Nothing really comes of it in SF. She is actually like for real more of your love interest during Slasher, which is like extremely tragic considering everything. But yeah. Uh, Killing Game Root is also really unique in the fact that there is poly representation in it. Uh, like I said, Tsubasa becomes your love interest in this route. She also kisses Darumi on the mouth in this route, and then just kind of continues to like pretty much date you and Darumi for the rest of the route, and like Takumi and Darumi are like kind of like I don't know, like they like Takumi holds like a little petty grudge against her for like being Subasa's first kiss instead of him, but otherwise like they get along really well in this route. Like they become very good friends in this route, and part of the whole like Subasa and Takumi end up like deciding that they want to be roommates with Darumi and Yugamu and get an apartment together like once they can get back to the Tokyo residential complex. Like that becomes their dream. And Darumi and Yugamu agree to it, and it's implied that that's gonna be what they do. And also Yugamu, by the way, I didn't even mention this. Yugamu is canonically bisexual and flirts with Takumi constantly, and also says that he would be like he'd be down to clown. So like he's a part of this polycule too, pretty much. But yeah, so there's just straight up like a polycule in this route, and it's like it's silly goofy, and it's not the best representation on Earth. Like Kodaka does have a tendency to make his villains gay. Eito is also gay, by the way. I technically Eito is bisexual. Um Look, Eito is only attracted to Takumi, and if he can see somebody and they look like a normal person and not a monster, then he'll be attracted to a woman. But only if that happens, which it does happen at one point. Um, but he seems to be attracted to Takumi regardless. Alright, so this is that. Now, okay, I'm going to take a really quick recess to grab myself some water, and so I can also announce to my friends that I'm going to be moving on to the Danganronpa 2x2 part of the stream. So, let me dip out for just a second so I can lubricate my throat because it hurts really bad. have to rant about 100 line lore anymore. Aw, thank you for the 100 bits, Pat. I've never called you Pat before. Thank you for the 100 bits, Patrick. Alright. Oh my god. So, let me just start off this bit by saying that Danganronpa 2 is my favorite video game of all time. This is my favorite game of all time. I first got into the Danganronpa series before it even got localized. I got into it when the anime aired, which was a couple of years before it got an English. The game itself got an English release. But I discovered the second game by reading Oren Ronan's never completed translation of it. It was never completed because both games ended up getting localized before, like, during the time that he was translating Danganronpa 2. Oren Ronan, by the way, the fucking figurehead, the god of the Danganronpa community, is this dude who decided to basically translate all of Danganronpa as a screenshotted let's play on a forum called Something Awful that people then later mirrored and reposted onto other sites, and Something Awful has a paywall. Doing with his permission. And he is basically this one guy is the reason that Danganronpa was brought to, like, a Western audience. And, you know, why people were interested in this game is just because of this one dude who was like, hey, this game is really good. Most people don't speak Japanese. Let me translate it for some folks so that they can experience it. I mean, it like I said, it did get an anime. There was an anime adaptation of the first game, so I think eventually it would have been well known enough and people would have been interested enough for people to be like, hey, maybe we should localize this game and get some money. But the whole early fandom was spearheaded by this one guy. So I first learned of SDR2 through his playthrough. Yeah, this was one of the big things to come out of Something Awful. This was the whole Danganronpa fandom, Western fandom, I mean, started on Something Awful. And then migrated outwards to platforms like Tumblr and AO3 from there. So Danganronpa 2 was the first one that I kind of actually experienced, like, the game itself, because I watched the anime for the first game, but the anime is not really a good representation of the first game. But since I had experienced the Spark Notes version of that story, I couldn't really keep my attention span through reading the actual translation of the first game. But I was like, ooh, this second game's really interesting. And oh, instead of being trapped on a school, they're trapped on an island. And it's like, like beach vacation themed. And it's like the tone seems like it's a lot more like bright and colorful from the first game. And the characters are wackier and it's a little bit weirder, and there's like a magical girl bunny who's Monokuma's sister. Like, what's going on? Yeah, this game ended up being one of my favorite games of all time. I mean, my number one favorite game of all time. I bought a PS Vita to play the both of the Danganronpa games. I played Danganronpa 2, I want to say I played it all the way through 2 or 3 different times on that Vita, which I cannot say for the first game. I did one playthrough of that first game. This one I played through multiple different times over the years. Yeah, and of course I had Google Maps for the PS Vita. Can't forget about Google Maps. Uh, I I love this cast of characters. I'm so excited for them to do more with this game. I should actually explain what Danganronpa 2x2 is. So they're remaking Danganronpa 2 from the ground up, new visuals, same storyline, probably fixing some typos that were in there and stuff. They're redoing the voice acting, the UI, the everything. Hopefully they will fix some of the mini games that you do during the trials, because although this is my favorite Danganronpa game, oh my god, it has the worst mini games during the trials. Some of those gameplay sections are fucking unbearable, but the story and the characters and everything else makes it so worth it. So I'm just hoping, I swear to god, they better fix those mini games. Some of them just need a complete rehaul, okay? And I know they know that. So they better fucking fix them. Anyways, so they're remaking the whole game, but they have announced that in addition to it being a remake with all new visuals and everything, there's going to be a second storyline that seemingly happens in parallel to the first one. Very little info has been shared, but seemingly this storyline is happening in parallel to the first one, but there will be new victims, new culprits, and just a entirely new storyline with the same characters. This is at least what I have gleaned from what they have said, because they've been so specific with their fucking language, and they just, you know how it is when there's only a little bit of info out for the game, and like every time they say that it's information that they've given before, they don't word it in a different way. It's always worded in like the exact same way. Let me actually look at the Danganronpa 2x2 website so I can read to you what this shit says about the second scenario. New scenario. A brand new scenario with different victims, culprits, and tricks. This new scenario contains just as much gameplay as the original. So it doesn't even necessarily confirm that it's the same characters. They've confirmed that something changes early on. It has the same prologue, and then something happens that changes the course of the story. So I'd have to assume it's the same characters. But this could secretly be Danganronpa 4, and we switch to an entirely new cast. I don't know. But there's been a lot of speculation about who's going to survive longer, and who's gonna die, and who's gonna be a killer, and who's gonna be a victim, and I'm gonna get into it, okay? My credentials. When Danganronpa V3 came out, which is the third mainline Danganronpa game, and was the first one to be released in Japan and the North America at the same time. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was released in Japan first. But it was the first one to come out after the localizations for the first two games had dropped. So the first ones to come out after the Western fandom had been established. I did a very similar prediction to this, like tier list style, with who I thought was going to live and die. Some of those predictions were scarily fucking accurate. So I'm not going to be like, I'm going to get everything exactly right, because I didn't get it exactly right back when V3 dropped, okay? There were some popular theories that I discounted during the lead up to that game that ended up being right. And the same thing could happen here. But I'm going to throw my hat in the ring. And I'm gonna let everybody know how I feel. So, I'm actually not gonna do this in the order that they're set up here. Hold on. I'm gonna do this in okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go down the line. First of all, I'm gonna just share one person who I think is going to live. And then, no, maybe I'll share all of my survivors first. No, I will share the one person who I think is going to live. Okay, and then I can talk about survivors at the end. I'm going to share one person who I think is going to live because it's kind of strangely a hot take. And then I am going to go chapter by chapter with my predictions for who's going to live and die. So first of all, this is... Whoa, crazy hot take incoming. I think Hajime Hinata, the protagonist of the original game, is going to live this time. This is controversial. This is controversial because in Danganronpa V3, the previous game in the series, they marketed one character as the protagonist, and then she died in chapter 1, and she gets replaced for the rest of the game by another protagonist. And this was a very popular theory. This is what I just talked about, whereas like there was popular theories for Danganronpa V3 that I discounted. People predicted this, that she was a false protagonist and somebody else was actually going to be the real protagonist. And I ignored it. I ignored all of those, and I desperately didn't want it to be true because she was our first female protagonist, and I thought if she dies, they're going to replace her with a man, and that's what they did. I will say, in Danganronpa V3, it was shockingly well done, and I still have, like, the criticism that she was fridged, I think is still valid and still exists for me. I like it despite the fact that they fridged her. I think that criticism is still valid, and I think it still sucks that we didn't get a mainline female protagonist. But in this case, even though it's been like way too long since Danganronpa V3 came out, that shit came out almost 10 years ago, which is wild to think about. Even though it's been so long since then, it still technically would be them doing it twice in a row, and everybody is predicting that they'll do it. It's a really popular prediction, so I just don't anticipate it. Plus, some late game twists with Hajime are just so pivotal to the final trial. What I do think is more likely is us maybe getting a Hajime villain arc. I think there could be Hajime villain arc, especially if those late game twists get revealed a little bit earlier. Yeah, no, it sucked. It sucked that they did that to her. Like I said, within the context of the game, it's really well done and it makes for a really good narrative. Like, the way that they pull off, like, doing all of that is really compelling and it makes for a really good story. It's just like, if we lived in a world without sexism, then it would be perfectly fine and I would love it and I would have no complaints. But we do live in a world with sexism, and she was the first female protagonist in a main game. To be fair, there was a spin-off game that did have a female protagonist. I didn't play Ultra Despair Girls, but it's not one of the main games, so... That's not me saying I don't love Komaru. I love Komaru very much, but it's still not one of the main games. Now, let's say they did kill Hajime off, though. I'm covering my bases here. If they kill him off, who do I think they'll make the protagonist? I think the protagonist would either be Chiaki, because she is the other main, main person who helps solve mysteries during the game. Other than Nagito over here, who I talked about him earlier in this stream. Oh my god, it comes full circle. But also Chiaki already knows a lot of the late game twists, just by virtue of her existence. She's a knower of things, so that would kind of work out in the fact that, like, if you're playing this new scenario, you've played the original game, probably. I don't know why you would play the new scenario first, because they're gonna assume you know things. So it would then make sense, because then we wouldn't have to retread that ground, because Chiaki could openly talk about those twists in the narration, and we would know and she would know, and it, like... they wouldn't have to, like, be like, oh, we're hiding something from you that you already know. Like, dramatic irony is a thing, and I think they could utilize it in this case, but turning Chiaki into your new protagonist would also be an easy solution. Um, then Mihiru, I also think would be a fantastic protagonist. I want to talk a lot about her later on, so I'll kind of save some of my thoughts. But Mihiru is a character who I love, one of my favorite characters in this series, who dies really early on in the original game, and I think has a lot of wasted potential. And I think her design was initially made for a potential female protagonist, and then they reutilized it, which is why some people are saying that it would be interesting if she was made the protagonist instead. And also, she's like one of the most normal characters in the cast, so there's that too. If you want to be a protagonist, you have to be relatively normal. Which is why I do not think that Komaeda would become the protagonist. Komaeda, also, it just wouldn't make any sense with Komaeda's entire motivation for everything. Komaeda helps in solving the mysteries quite a bit, but ultimately his goal is to uplift all of the others to solve the mystery first. I think they maybe could work with protagonist Komaeda if they change some of the game mechanics, but I don't anticipate Komaeda being the one to lead the discussion unless he finds out about some late game twists really early on, and if that happens, then he's probably more likely to just start blowing up the island again. That being said, what I actually think is going to happen, and this prediction is me going with the crowd, I think they're killing off Komaeda immediately. Danganronpa has a tendency to kill off the character that seems the most important right away. In Danganronpa 1, they immediately kill off Sayaka, who's positioned as being like your Maya Fey, like your assistant character, and also has a pre-established connection with the protagonist, seems to be, pushed as a love interest as well, and they kill her off right away to make you hurt. Second game, they kill off this guy right away, the Byakuya Togami, aka actually the ultimate imposter. This guy is pretending to be somebody from the previous game, and so you are led to believe when they're first introduced that he is that character from the previous game. He just also happens to have gained a bunch of weight for some reason. Yeah, it's astounding how good he is at his job. Like, because everybody just accepts the fact that he gained a bunch of weight and is also significantly nicer now. And I never see, whenever I've watched playthroughs, people do not predict the twist that he's actually an imposter. But what was I saying about, yeah, he dies first in the original SDR2. Because you think, it's like, oh my god, it's the character from the previous game. He's gonna be important because he was important in the game before. And then they kill him. And then you find out that he wasn't even that guy. And then in V3, they kill the guy with the mystery talent. And famously, in the first two Danganronpa games, if you didn't know what somebody's talent was, they were going to survive all the way until the end so you could find out what their talent was. So for Danganronpa V3, they killed that guy right away. And I predicted that. So this time, now that we know Komaeda and he's so infamous, and they're marketing him this time too. They're using him in their marketing because they know he's popular and they know people like him. People love Komaeda. They're gonna kill him. They're gonna kill him right away. Okay? The only reason they wouldn't do it is because maybe it could affect the game's sales or something. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. Because they're still going to use him for all their marketing, because they also used Kaede, the female protagonist, for all their marketing for the first game, and for V3, and they killed her off immediately too. They can do whatever. So I think they're going to kill Komaeda right away. Because that would make the biggest splash. That would leave you with the most questions right away. Even in the original game, Komaeda wanted to jumpstart the killing game, and perform the first murder, but also later on you find out that he extremely idolizes everybody in this fucking group and sees himself as far, far beneath them, which, you know, kind of makes you come to a certain conclusion about how he was going to jumpstart the killing game, because he wasn't going to kill any of his beloveds, right? So, yeah, you know, the fact that it's kind of implied that he wanted to originally position himself as the first victim, and also somebody tried to kill him in the first case. They just failed, and they killed this guy instead. The fact that he came so close to dying in like multiple different ways in that first case leads me to believe that there is a slightly different timeline in which he dies first instead. Like, that would be so easy to do. It just kind of leaves us with this open question of who becomes the villain instead, because before it's so obviously Komaeda. He causes so much trouble, and it's kind of hard to envision what this game is without his presence. But I'm also fascinated by the idea of what this game is without his presence. So, as for who kills him, I'm going with Soda. Soda is a survivor of the original game, but he's kind of a bumbling coward. he has big first killer energy. Despite the fact that he was not the first killer in the original game, that still remains true. I do think it would be hilarious if he managed to survive twice, considering that he's who he is. Also, I think Audrey fell asleep, but, side note, Audrey really, really loves Soda, and keeps on being like, no, he won't die immediately, because he makes cool inventions and stuff in the main game, and that's why they keep him around for the whole game, and they don't kill him off, is because he's important, because he's a mechanic, and so he fixes things, and that's important. And like, we talked about Tsubasa earlier, and how like she tends to survive through a lot of routes because she's useful, but also you can just simply write a storyline where they don't need his talent. You can just write a storyline where they solve things through other means, or like, you know, just things don't progress where his talent would have been super useful to them. You know, you don't have a case where there's a broken elevator that he needs to fix. You don't have a case where there's a mysterious disease that makes people go mad and he needs to invent Zoom. Like, anyways, chapter 2. I'm gonna say something wild. I've seen many people make the prediction that Nagito dies first. I've not seen people make the prediction that Chiaki is the second case victim. I've seen some people make the prediction that maybe... I have seen, strangely, people make the prediction that she would be chapter 1 killer, which, like... I feel like we kind of did that. She was... like, she didn't maliciously kill Nagito in the original game, but she was ultimately the culprit for Nagito's case. So I don't think they're gonna do that. We need his contraptions. Trust me, he sucks. He sucks, okay? He's obsessed with the princess girl, and he won't stop trying to rizz her up, okay? She wants nothing to do with this man. Speaking of which, I think she's gonna be the killer for this case. This is kind of, just the case of, like, she was the only person left by the time that I placed everybody else. So, I'm going with her being the killer. I think she would be a really interesting killer. She's the ultimate princess. I think that there would be, you know, there could be some really interesting, like, it was for the greater good sort of deal, or some sort of motive where she feels like she has to do it so she can return to her people, where she has some sort of really, like, noble motive, but in the end, like, she killed one of the, like, most beloved characters in the entire fucking series. If this happened, oh my god, people would be so fucking terrible to Sonya for killing Chiaki. There would be so much misogyny leveled at this girl for killing everyone's waifu. So part of me hopes this doesn't happen, but once again, this was like the last place that I could put her, so this is kind of placeholder. Maybe it will happen though. Um, the one other thing making me hesitate is these two are both the Chapter 5 killer and victim. These are two characters who die in Chapter 5, and these two are both survivors. So it feels a little like weirdly matchy to do this, but once again, this is just how the cookie crumbled when I lined everything out. Chapter 3. Okay. We're killing off this motherfucker. This is, in case you don't know this man, this is Teru Hanamura, and he is the worst character in all of Danganronpa. I was an idiot back in high school, and I thought he was funny, and I liked him. He is a serial sexual harasser, though, and does a lot of really, like, makes a lot of really, like, gross comments and stuff throughout the original game. Look, there are elements of his character that they could focus on instead. If he dropped that, there are compelling elements to his character where they could maybe salvage him, but he would have to go through character development to do that. Ultimately, I don't think they would do that, though, really. And so, at least I don't have that much hope that they would do that. So this is the longest I'm letting him survive. The only reason I'm letting him survive this long is because he died in Chapter 1 in the original game. So, like, reasonably, he should survive, like, a decent amount of time this go around. But he has to die by Chapter 3. Also, Chapter 3 generally tends to be where they kill off some of the more, like, comedic relief characters. This would probably be him in that case, even though none of the jokes that he says are very funny. I also think this is the point where my special angel, Fuyuhiko Kuzuryu, dies. Fuyuhiko is the ultimate Yakuza. He is a gang member, and he has a little baby face. If this sounds very familiar, this is the character who they based Makoto Ikaria on from Of the Devil. This is one of my favorite characters of all time. This is why I was enamored with Makoto instantaneously. He survives the original game. He has this really incredible character arc where he starts off being really against the group and not wanting to cooperate at all, and then he becomes a real team player by the end of the game and just undergoes this, like, massive character development and becomes a really, like, amazing person. And in the original game, this happens because somebody very close to him, this character, Peko, dies in Chapter 2. She kills somebody for him. And the two of them actually know each other. They've known each other since childhood. This is the character that Sosuke is based on, where she was essentially brought into his family as a baby and raised as his bodyguard. But the two of them both secretly have feelings for each other. They were essentially raised as, I should clarify, they were raised as, like, childhood friends. She was not raised as his sibling. He actually has a sister that's not Peko. It's implied that it was, like, I mean, they treated her as a servant. She literally views herself not as a person, but as a tool, so it's very clear that his family did not treat her as a daughter. So she dies tragically, killing somebody else for him, and then he undergoes major character development. Once again, this is quite a bit of a fridging thing, but within the context of the game, it is very well written. This is their chance to do right on this, okay? This is their fucking chance to fix this and to give her the character arc that she deserved. I have heard several people in my own friend group say, I don't believe they will do right by Peko, and they think that in Chapter 3, they're gonna kill both of them off. By the way, I should mention, this might be confusing. You might be like, wait a second, they care deeply about each other, why are you saying they're killer and victim? It is traditional in Danganronpa for two people to be murdered in Chapter 3. And so in this particular case, I'm not ordering them as killer victim. I'm going to be ordering them as two victims, and then the third person is the killer. So, the killer of the third case, I believe these two are going to get murdered. I've been jokingly calling this the Great Kuzuteru murder because in high school I used to ship these two and I wrote like a 40,000 word fanfic of these two falling in love. It's bad, don't go looking for it. I still get comments on it sometimes of people being like, oh my god, you totally sold me on this ship. And I'm like, why are you reading this? It is 2026. You should have better taste by now. Um, I am putting Ibuki as their killer. Buki is the ultimate musician or ultimate light music club member in the original. She's kind of based on K-On, the anime K-On, if you've seen it. Except she, instead of doing like cutesy pop rock music, she instead split off from her bandmates and wants to make death metal. She's great. She's extremely silly though. She does also die in the original chapter 3 as one of the victims. I kind of personally believe that she probably still needs to die around the same point. I could see her dying, you know, she could be chapter 2 or chapter 4, but she needs to probably die around this point to kind of shoo out the sillier characters in the game. Um, she doesn't have a whole lot of depth to her in the original game. I love her. I love her dearly. She's such a fun character. She doesn't have a ton of depth to her, and I don't really anticipate them giving her more depth. So I think they're probably going to kill her off around the same point. I would be interested in seeing her have more depth. I just don't predict it, as opposed to other characters who I think have more room to to elaborate upon them more. Um, Also, my friend who is the biggest Ibuki stan on the planet I know wants her to be the Chapter 3 killer, or just wants her to be a killer in general. So that's why I'm making her the killer here. I don't possibly know what kind of circumstances would drive Ibuki of all people to kill. I imagine this would be another like mind altering motive like the original chapter 3 where they have like the despair disease that like makes people kind of go mad. Um I don't want them to reuse motives personally. Mostly because most of the motives in the original game are really specific and I don't really see it would be kind of tricky for some of those to figure out who would kill instead. Chapter 2 in particular is a really, really specific motive that really only motivates a few specific characters to potentially kill. So I don't know how they would iterate upon that without doing entirely new motives. I would be okay with the same chapter 1 motive, because I think that one's broad enough that it would be fine, but I would hope all the other motives afterwards are different. Um, Anyways, that's chapter 3. Chapter 4. So, here's the thing about chapter 4 of Danganronpas in general. There's also a chapter 4 tradition in Danganronpa that the big burly buff character dies in chapter 4. The way that this happened in the very first game, uh the character Sakura Ogami is the victim of chapter 4 and then is also later revealed to be the killer having committed suicide. Um in chapter 4 of Danganronpa 2, this character Nekomaru is the victim. And then in Danganronpa V3, the buff character is instead the killer. And you might go, but wouldn't that make it really predictable that he's the killer? Here's the thing. You could kind of guess that maybe he was the killer if you were operating on series conventions. The thing is, they made the character in the buff character in V3, his name is Gonta, they made him so lovable. He's one of the most universally beloved characters in the entire fandom. People adore this guy. He's an absolute sweetheart. He's wonderful. If you're going by series conventions, you go, yeah, okay, he probably would die in this chapter, right? But once you get to the character who's been killed and you're like going into the mystery, there isn't that much evidence. You know, there's no obvious evidence right away that he's done it. And you desperately do not want this guy to be the killer. More than anything in the world, you don't want this guy to be the killer because he's so sweet and he's so kind and you just kind of don't believe that he could do it because he's such a nice guy, and that is the trap of that chapter. That chapter relies upon you loving Gonta and you believing just in the integrity of his character so hard that you don't believe he could hurt a fly. But he did do it. Now, in this case, I think we could do a variation on this while still keeping the tradition. Because I have kept one character who is a survivor alive for quite a while here, and that is Akane Owari. In the original game, she's usually kind of brushed aside as, like, a character who, like, is kind of not very plot relevant and doesn't get a, like, good character arc, but I will fight this until my dying breath. She does get a character arc in the original game. Her character arc just doesn't involve her becoming any less stupid, so people dismiss it and act like she didn't grow. Her character arc is about her learning to become less reckless and less impulsive and to value her own life and the lives and, like, safety of other people. Because she almost gets herself killed in the previous chapter, and Nekomaru, like, sacrifices himself for her and then comes back the next chapter as a robot. Danganronpa 2 is crazy. So what I want is a chapter 4 where Akane does something reckless that gets her accidentally killed in such a way where, like, it is inarguably, like, this situation occurred due to her carelessness and her recklessness, but technically speaking, Nekomaru is the one who killed her. Like, some sort of situation where, like, I don't know. It's gonna be more complicated than this, but, like, he accidentally, like, pushes her off a cliff, you know, but, like, she was the one who, like, decided that they should, like, fight next to a cliffside. This is a gross oversimplification. They would come up with something way more interesting. But, like, I want absolute Greek tragedy, okay? Make me hurt. The reason that I say this too, and the reason this works, is these two are really close in the original game. When Nekomaru dies in the original game, Owari grieves him terribly. Especially because she just got him back. Like, she just got him back in robot form, and then they kill him again. They kill him in robot form, okay? And she really steps up her game and actually, like, really tries in that trial, despite the fact that she's not very smart. And she's usually not a very emotional person. The fleeting glimpse of possibility that comes back as a robot opens in my understanding. Danganronpa 2 does take some wild swings, and that's part of what makes the ending twist of Danganronpa 2 work so well, because by the time you get to the end of, you get to the end of chapter 5, you're like, none of this is fucking real, is it? These guys are in a fucking simulation. They have to be. There's no way this guy fucking turned into a robot. And there's no way that all this bullshit is happening and it actually happened and it's real. And sure enough, the ending twist of this game is that they're in a simulation. And it works because you can figure it out. You know, it doesn't feel like a cop-out because I gave you all the clues, Mr. Officer. You know, like, I've been giving you all the clues the entire time. So it doesn't feel like a cop-out. And there's the whole entire final trial is them discussing the implications of why they were put in this simulation in the first place and all of the wild and crazy backstory. And, you know, it is the best utilization of this trope that I think I've ever seen. Other than maybe, like, The Matrix, but that's because The Matrix isn't, like, an ending twist. It happens, like, you know, like, 10 minutes in. Is the premise. Anyways, so, we're getting down to the wire here. Chapter 5. So, Chapter 5 tends to be where major players get killed. Characters who are really important to the narrative up until this point, who, until this point, are safe due to plot armor. So, now comes the time where I'm like, these are the characters that I think are going to make a big splash in the narrative, but aren't gonna make it till the end. First of all, Mikan Sumiki. Mikon Tsumiki is the ultimate nurse. She is the original Chapter 3 killer. Chapter 3 killers are famous in Danganronpa for having big breakdowns and big, like, wild emotional breakdowns where they kind of lose it. Um, and which is part of the reason why I want Ibuki here. I think that would be really fun. Um, just because she's such a wild character already, and she has so much energy. Um, and she has so much, like, joy to her. I would love to see her just go fucking evil mode. Um, Mikon is a huge. She's a punching bag. She's a punching bag. She's a pushover. She knows that is her lot in life, and she's a perpetual crybaby. If you are familiar with Gangle from Amazing Digital Circus, she's very Gangle coded. Oh my god. But she at the same time, a small part of her both wants revenge on everyone who ever picked on her, but also a part of her almost maybe kind of enjoys having used to people as a punching bag, rather than just being ignored entirely. There's a lot of dark sides to Mikon's character that do originally come out in the original Chapter 3, even though she was kind of like mind altered in that chapter to a degree. I mean, definitely mind altered in that chapter, but there's late game spoiler implications about it. She's the Shoma. People don't tend to hate her as much because she's a cute girl. Um, um, she's a cute clumsy girl. And she's so pitiful. Um, I think she has great villain potential because, like I said, she has a dark side to her. She has a notable dark side to her. Where she's kind of secretly vengeful because of all the bullying that she's endured, but she's also kind of masochistic. She's there's some sadomasochism to her, and I would love to see her awaken her full villain self. Um, I also think she's a nurse. During the original first three cases, she gives autopsy reports. It would be really interesting to have her around for more of the narrative, but it would also be really interesting if she tried to maybe withhold those autopsy reports from the group. Um, so yeah, there's also a particular reason that I'm thinking she could go villain mode, which would be really interesting. And then we have as our killer, the ultimate imposter. This is one of the predictions that I feel the most confident about, is imposter dying in Chapter 5. Possibly a little more likely as Chapter 5 killer, considering he was a victim in the original narrative, and he is known to be very self-sacrificing, and I feel like there's, if he, like, killed off the main villain or something, or there was just some sort of, like the original Chapter 5 of Danganronpa 2 is Nagito setting up this whole elaborate scheme where he orchestrates his own murder and uses his ultimate luck talent to make a certain person the killer who he wants to be the killer. Because his intention, they think at the time his intention is to kill that one person in particular because he wanted them dead. There's a traitor in the group. They think that his intention is to kill the traitor because he wants the traitor dead. That is what he's been telling everyone. But in reality, due to endgame twists, they find out that it was the opposite, and he wanted everyone to die except for the traitor. Which is why he basically created an unsolvable murder that only became solvable because the traitor decided to reveal themselves in order to, do this grand sacrifice for everybody else. So I do imagine that maybe we could, cycles and recurring themes. His whole death as the first victim originally is him sacrificing himself to save Nagito, who was the original intended murder victim. probably shouldn't have done that because he was way more trouble than it was worth. But hey, you didn't know that. Um, so I think it would be fitting to put him in this position. Um, and there's just no universe in which the imposter survives past chapter 1 and isn't an incredibly important character to the narrative, because he positions himself as the leader in the first chapter, and the only reason, he positions himself as being important, and he's clearly very smart. He's clearly duplicitous, not in like a bad way, but like he's clearly, he's hiding shit. We know he's the imposter now, so it would be really interesting to see him around for much longer, and for us to all just be waiting for that other shoe to drop. I honestly wouldn't want them to reveal it super early on. I would want them to wait until like at least, I don't know. I guess they could wait until like the end of chapter 2 to reveal it, like they did with Maki's talent in V3. But anyways, now I get to the survivors. I talked about Mahiru earlier and all the potential that I see in her, but let me actually get into it. So Mahiru's talent is that she's the ultimate photographer. In the original game, she only participates in the very first trial because she's the victim of chapter 2. But in that first trial, she is extremely important to them figuring out that Nagito was planning a murder. Like, she took pictures right before there's a big blackout, and then the lights come on and somebody's dead. She took pictures right before the blackout, so she's able to create a map, like, mapping out everybody's positions right before the blackout occurred, which turns out to be extremely vital in the early case. But it's a big thing with Mahiru's character that she doesn't really think she's deserving of her talent because her mother was a famous war photographer. And in contrast to her mother, Mahiru's niche is that she's really good at taking photos of people smiling. And I think that there's really obvious ways where her photography talent could come into play in multiple cases. In fact, her photography talent is actually really useful to chapter 2 as well. She happens to be dead for that, but it is important to chapter 2. And I would just love an arc where she learns how talented she really is and gains more self-confidence. And also, she's a little bit prickly too, especially to the male characters, so I would love to see her, maybe let her hair down a little and bond more with Hajime, and, become more understanding, especially with the Ultimate Imposter, who she really butts heads with in that first chapter. I would love to see this be the main trio for 2x2, and kind of see Hajime navigate their conflict, and for the two of them to eventually, part on good terms. Because I really think this dynamic was underutilized in the original game, and they could do really great things with it in 2x2. I just think it would be fantastic. With him being the self-proclaimed leader and her just desperately thinking that somebody else should be the leader. The self-proclaimed leader and the group mom. God, I'm glad I'm almost done with this. So, yeah, also the fact that her special, like, her niche is taking photos of people smiling, like, there's another really obvious way for her to realize just how valuable her skill is, in the fact that, like, characters are going to die during this narrative and they're going to be mourned, and the fact that she has taken photos of them smiling, that preserves somebody's memory. That's a really important thing. And that also brings us to Peko Pekoyama, who I am desperately hoping will forge a bond with Mahiru, considering they were killer and victim in the original game. And so I think this would be like the reverse of what I'm doing here. Is I want the dramatic irony of them becoming really close in this version of the narrative, but you know in another universe Peko killed her. Um but I think there's great potential, especially because she really does not like Fuyuhiko in the original game, and Fuyuhiko is like kind of the reason. I mean, he is the reason that she dies. So they have a lot of conflict in the original. So if Fuyuhiko dies and she sees how much Peko misses him and realizes maybe he wasn't such a bad guy, I'm also imagining their like connection would be revealed before Fuyuhiko kicks the bucket. Um, that's just a game theory. All of this is a game theory. But yeah, I want Yuri. I want Yuri. Okay. Yes, I do ship Kuzupeko, and I would love for that to become more canon than it already is. I would look. I want one of them to say I love you to the other. Please, 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 please. Please, can we get an I love you? Can we get an actual love confession between the two of them? I would die for that, but also I want Yuri. Um, then, okay, we have Hiyoko Sayonji. I have not talked about Hiyoko fucking at all during this. So Hiyoko is kind of infamous for dying in the original Chapter 3 really suddenly and abruptly. It just in the middle of what looked like her starting to develop as a character, because she's a huge like bully and a brat to start out with. And then Mahiru dies, who she was like close to, and she's really depressed, and it starts to look like maybe she's considering becoming a better person, and then she is unceremoniously killed. And it's pretty common knowledge in the fandom at this point that the original plan was for Hiyoko to survive, and they switched her and Fuyuhiko's places. So I basically just went, put him back. Put him back. Kill him off in Chapter 3 this time, and let her live. Yeah, Hiyoko, it's just kind of like, if Hiyoko doesn't live, at least until Chapter 5, I think it's like, what are we doing? Give her the character arc that she always needed. I think this could also play a big part in Sumiki's villain arc if Hiyoko starts to undergo character development, maybe a little earlier than before. I do think it would be really interesting if her character development was spurred on by Mahiru being done with her bullshit. Because Mahiru, you can kind of sense, Mahiru is kind to her, but you can kind of sense, like, Mahiru also does kind of scold her from time to time, being like, hey, like, you should be nicer. But then Mahiru dies. So I think it would be interesting if Mahiru got really done with her and told her off, and that was kind of what spurred her character development along. And Mikon doesn't forgive her, and starts to get really pissed that everybody else is forgiving and accepting of Hiyoko's, new self. And she goes villain mode. Finally, Gundam Tanaka. This is, earlier in the stream, I mentioned one of the top Chunibyo characters of all time. That's Gundam here. He has hamsters. He believes himself to be the overlord of darkness, and he's really great. He's one of the game's original killers. Please let him live. This one I don't even have like a real reason for. I had really thought out all of the. This is just like, please. We have. One must imagine that Gundam Tanaka lives. This one is just pure cope. He has 4 hamsters that he names the 4 Dark Devas of Destruction, and they're all named after different shonen manga magazines. His talent is he's the ultimate breeder. As an animal breeder, okay? But it is it is really funny to just read Ultimate Breeder. Um, but yeah, he's great. He's great and he's wonderful. And uh, he has a really like strong will to live. That's a whole big part of his thing in chapter 4. Um, he kind of casts himself as a villain, but he's actually a really really good guy. So I don't think he would become the actual villain of the game. He's actually a really sweet guy. He's actually part of his thing is he's just shy. He's just shy and he doesn't know how to make friends. He's just autistic, guys. He's just autistic, and I love him. Um, uh, but yeah. Uh, Also in the original game, he's part of a love triangle. Kind of, it's not really a love triangle. It's like an implied like background love triangle with these two, where Sonya becomes really good friends with Gundam, and it's implied that like there's maybe some mutual feelings going on there, and then Kazuichi really really wants to be with Sonya. He really wants to be with her. Um, he has a huge crush on her, and she's just not about it because he comes on way too strong, and also he probably smells like motor oil. And I mean, look at his haircut, just everything about him. Um, Once again, this is one of those characters that I love to bully. Um, but yeah, uh, so I guess this killing these two off early is also me getting him away from that plot line and showing that he can stand on his own as a character without those two, which I don't necessarily think people doubted, but I would love to see more of like who he is and what his place in the story would be if that wasn't kind of one of the main things that they focus on with his character. Um, because most of the time he's like a background like comic relief character. Yeah, so that's that. That's everybody. Um, I am extremely excited for Danganronpa 2x2 if you cannot tell. There's not a release date yet. They said 2026. And originally people were hoping summer 2026 because like I said this takes place on an island. It's very clearly a summer game. Um, but I mean, unless they pull a studio cherry and they're like, actually, it's releasing in 2 weeks. Like, I don't think that's going to be the case anymore. Um, God. But whenever it does release, I will be playing it as soon as it drops, and I will be streaming all of it because I need this game more than I need air. I need this game more than I need my voice, apparently. Because I've just talked about Kodaka projects for 4 hours straight. Um, and I feel like I didn't even make as salient of points as I wanted to.